Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Chapter 1, The Birth of a Mistake. Not a single ray of light pierced the rocky walls. The silence was not merely the absence of sound. It was a crushing force. Something alive. As if the cave breathed in a slow, oppressive rhythm, absorbing every breath, every thought, every foreign heartbeat. There, in the depths, time seemed to have stopped. Nothing moved. Nothing was born. Nothing died. There was only a body lying on the cold stone. Motionless. Fragile. Hidden in a crevice so perfectly concealed that not even the most persistent of explorers would have found it by accident. The body of a child. No older than 14. Perhaps younger. His skin was pale as wax, covered in grime, dust, and dried wounds. He was so thin he looked sculpted out of bones. His hair, black as spilled ink, fell in wild locks over a thin, angular face impossible to recognize at a glance. And then, without warning, he opened his eyes. Red. Not a human red. A violent, unnatural red. They burned like lit coals, glowing with an impossible intensity. At first, they were glassy, inert, as if they perceived nothing. But within seconds, they sharpened, and a flicker of lucidity or madness sparked within them. The boy Kale Draven, though he didn't know why he remembered that name, brought a trembling hand to his throat. He coughed. A dry, desperate cough that scratched from deep within his chest. Breathing was hard. As if his lungs had forgotten how to function. As if the air itself rejected him. He tried to scream. But nothing came out, just a gasp, torn by pain. What? Where am I? Am I dreaming? He didn't remember how he had gotten there. Or why. He didn't remember his home, his family, or even the strange sound of a familiar voice. Only one name, his, and a swirl of blurry images. Of a city that didn't exist, of an endless tower, of nightmare monsters, and of gods walking among mortals. Orario. The place of heroes. Wait, why is that all I remember? Why did I wake up in this place? Why do I feel like I'm not real? He sat up with difficulty, trembling from head to toe. His muscles didn't respond properly. His body ached as if it had been crushed, or as if it had lain unmoving for days, weeks. Every breath was torment. And yet, he could see. See with impossible clarity. There was no light, but the outlines were sharp. The rocks, the dust, the moisture. Everything shimmered strangely, as if his eyes could pierce the very darkness. As if the cave was whispering its secrets to him. And beyond that, there was hunger. Thirst. Not for water. No, a worse thirst. Something deeper. A need he didn't understand. His throat burned with a sharp fire that made no sense. His stomach was empty, yes, but what gnawed at him wasn't physical hunger. It was something else. Something more primal. More foul. What's happening to me? He crawled through the cave, hands and bare feet pressing against the cold rock. Each movement made him nauseous. But staying there, felt the same as dying in his current state. He stopped by a crack, apparently the exit from that dark place. He felt a different kind of air. Warm. Strange. He stepped out. And it was like being born again. A wave of light struck him head on. Not sunlight. Something more unsettling. Magical. Around him spread a vast underground gallery. Crystals of many colors adorned the walls. Paths branched in every direction, like the arteries of a sleeping beast. The ceiling wasn't a ceiling. It was sky. Or seemed like it. False stars twinkled over the blackness, mocking all logic. Kale staggered forward, shielding his eyes. This. I've seen this before. But it wasn't true. He had never seen it. Or had he? Everything was confusing. As if his mind had been struck and rearranged by foreign hands. He only knew that this place mattered. That he was in the dungeon. That he was on the 5th floor. He didn't know how he knew. It was more instinct than thought. But he also realized something else. That this instinct wasn't normal. That he wasn't normal. The pang of hunger returned violently. A fire in his chest. In his throat. In his soul. Ack. But a sound stopped him before he could scream. Something low. A faint growl. Then heavy steps, like flesh pounding against stone. Something was coming. Kale didn't think. He ran. In the opposite direction of those horrible sounds. He didn't know where. Only that he had to flee. That the danger was real and coming. That the darkness was following him. His bare feet slammed the ground in desperation. His lungs screamed. His legs trembled. Until he crashed. A wall. A body. Something solid. He fell back, dazed. And then he saw it. His face filled with pure horror. A goblin. Green, small, cruel. Red eyes, empty, soulless. Twisted grin. Barely clothed in rags, and wielding a rusty knife that gleamed with murderous intent. Kale didn't move. Fear paralyzed him. He couldn't scream. Couldn't think. The creature raised its knife and brought it down. The steel tore his clothing. Cut skin. Just a wound, but it was enough for something to awaken inside him. A pulse. A tremor in his blood. Kale screamed. But not from pain. From awareness. His eyes flared. The red intensified. Everything slowed. He could hear it, the goblin's ragged breath. The erratic drum of its heart. The metallic scent of blood hanging in the air. Hunger consumed him. His hand shot up with impossible reflexes. He grabbed the goblin's wrist with inhuman strength. The monster shrieked. Kale shoved it to the ground with his other hand, pinning it by the chest. Something strange began to happen. It wasn't rage. It wasn't violence. It was something darker. It was absorption. Suddenly the creature paled. Its veins darkened. Its flesh withered. And Kale felt a kind of heat flow into him. He didn't know what he was doing, but he didn't stop. He felt it, that thing starting to run inside him, through his blood, through his soul. It was vital. Necessary. Instinctive. When it was over, the goblin was dead, its thin, wasted body suddenly crumbling to pieces. But it didn't drop a magic stone, something common in this world. And Kale, no, the being called Kale was stronger. More alert. More awake. It wasn't a massive improvement, but it was enough. He stood still, panting. He looked at his hands. They weren't stained. No blood. No claws. No fangs. Only one disgusting truth: he had drained the life from a living creature. And instead of feeling empty, he felt full. Complete. What the hell? What am I? What have I become? No, first I need to get out of this place. Then I can worry about that. He staggered to his feet. Walked. His footsteps echoed with sounds that seemed to throw back questions. And answers he didn't want. He wasn't alone. He knew it. He could feel it. Presences. Lives. Monsters. Ahead. Below. As if his body, unknowingly, had triggered a switch, and now everything around him felt alive. As if he could sense everything before it happened. I'm not human. I can't be, but He had been. Hadn't he? He crossed a corridor. A flickering light appeared ahead. Warm. Bright. A fire. He crept silently to the edge of a curve. Peered with his eyes. Two adventurers. Young. Likely rookies. A pale elven girl, and a thin, sleepy human boy. Sitting beside a makeshift fire, talking in low voices. Their weapons rested beside them. They were tired. Vulnerable. Weak. Kale froze. The hunger returned. Not like before. Now it was different. Stronger. More brutal. But mixed with fear. But not fear of them. Fear for them. I could kill them. I could do it. Absorb them. End this. Hunger. His body wanted to move closer. But his mind shattered, fragmented, still clinging to something that might once have been his humanity recoiled. No, no. He backed away. Merged into the darkness. Fled. Not from the adventurers. From himself. From what he was becoming. He ran. Faster. Farther. Where no one could find him. Where he couldn't hurt anyone. But the dungeon watched him. It always did. And something deep inside him was awakening. An ancient echo. A whisper of power, of hunger, of thirst, and of a fate stained in blood. Chapter 2, Echoes of Blood. The silence on the 5th floor was different. It was not like the one that enveloped the cave where Kale had awakened. No, this was something else. Sharper. More aware. As if the very air breathed with him. As if every dark corner, every twisted hallway of the dungeon, tensed with his presence. Kale walked slowly. His bare feet touched the cold stone, which pulsed with magical energy, almost like a heart buried underground. With every step, the ground seemed to give way and harden at the same time, subtly molding itself to his walk. He still trembled. Not from fear. Not entirely. The memory of the goblin followed him like a second heartbeat, a darker and more primitive one. I didn't just kill it. I drained it. And he had felt it. Not just its life fading, but something more: instincts. Impulses. Vague memories. He had absorbed the goblin. And in doing so, something of himself had also disappeared. Kale advanced carefully, muscles tense, every sense alert. He heard things. The fluttering of what seemed to be bats dozens of meters away. The echo of clawed paws scratching the stone floor. The faint heartbeats of small, voracious creatures. Since when can I hear like this? He could smell fear in the air. He could see without light. He could feel things. The dungeon was no longer just a labyrinth. It was a language. And his body, without understanding how, read it. But the worst was not the sharpened awareness. It was what came next. After defeating a large lizard tall, hard as stone and with a pair of red eyes, something impossible appeared: a crack in the air. A floating screen. It was not like the ones he remembered, of that he was sure, though he didn't know why he knew it. His memories were like smoke, escaping every time he tried to hold on. But he had seen clean, orderly screens. Not this. This was broken. Distorted. Like a shattered mirror spitting out illegible symbols. A window of errors, error. Blood echoes detected, conditions met partially, unlocking skill, absorption, A, class. Undefined entity level, incomplete connection to Falna. Kale froze. Falna? Class. What? The meaning of those words resonated somewhere deep in his mind, among fragments of memories he did not recognize as his own. What, a skill. He remembered the leap with which he killed the reptile. It had not been his. His body did not know that movement. But it had responded with savage precision. And now his skin felt harder. A barely perceptible layer. Every creature he touched, left something inside him. I'm changing. I'm breaking, or reforming. I'm becoming less human every day, he whispered in a small voice. The stone did not respond. But the dungeon did. A deep roar shook the ground. Something big. Many monsters. Very close. They were heading his way. Kale didn't wait. He ran. Not out of fear. Out of instinct. Like an animal that feels the breath of a predator before seeing it. He climbed. He ascended the irregular stairs that connected to the fourth floor. And the world changed. The gray stone was replaced by damp walls covered in pulsating fungi. A sickly light filtered through floating spores. The air was thick, heavy with moisture and something else. An old smell. A trace of living things that should never have existed. It didn't take long to find his next trial. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. 2 kobolds, unarmed, only claws raised, and a goblin with a broken, rusty dagger, but held tightly. Kale didn't hesitate. He didn't think. His body tensed. His senses aligned. His instincts were alert. The first kobold screeched and lunged at him. Kale turned to one side, feeling every millimeter of the ground beneath his feet. In the same movement, he pushed the kobold hard against the wall. The impact cracked. The second came with bared teeth. Kale blocked its claws, guided by reflexes that did not belong to him. Every movement was clean. Precise. The goblin tried to approach silently. Too slow. Kale felt the scrape of metal. He turned gently, caught the goblin's arm, and at contact, the same strange and familiar current ran through his body. The goblin began to weaken. Its energy drained like water from a cracked vessel. Kale held it calmly. Watching. Feeling. The kobolds attacked again. The first, already weak, tried a clumsy scratch. Kale dodged and hit it with his elbow, leaving it stunned. The second, more aggressive, attacked furiously. But Kale moved like a predator. His legs, his torso, his arms, everything flowed. It was not a fight. It was a hunt. In seconds, he immobilized it too. All were still alive. But barely. Kale breathed. His chest rose and fell hard. He could leave them there and leave. He could keep walking. But no. He couldn't. A strange energy sprouted from his hands. One by one, he touched them. And one by one, he drained them. No blood remained. There were no screams. Only limp bodies that disappeared seconds later. And the power that flowed into him. When it ended, he felt it. His inside boiled. Stronger. More agile. But also more hollow. This takes me away from all I was. But there was one thing in the phrase that bothered him. Was I someone? The answer did not come. He kept walking. In silence. Wishing the moisture on his skin was just sweat. But there was no time for regrets. Voices. Not of monsters. Human. He hid behind a rock. 3 figures approached. They were not novices. Their steps were calculated. Their presence heavy. A woman in front. Tall, dark-skinned, sharp eyes. Braids fell down her back. Curved sword at her waist. 2 men flanked her. One with a spear. Another with gauntlets. Did you feel it? She asked quietly. Yes. Something drained the energy from the surroundings. It wasn't magic, it was something different. It's not a common monster, said the one with gauntlets. It's close. Kale stepped back. A loose stone rolled under his foot. 3 heads turned instantly. There. The spear flew. Kale barely managed to lean to one side. It grazed his cheek. The pain was liquid fire. Capture it. Don't let it touch you. The leader shouted. Kale fled. He ran with all his strength. The dungeon seemed to reconfigure as he passed. Twisted corridors, ancient chambers, hallways that whispered in forgotten tongues. The three followed him. They did not tire. The wound burned. But it was not just that. Something in the spear had left a stabbing pain, inside him. He turned a narrow passage. A dead end. He turned. Back against the wall. The adventurers entered. Don't resist, creature. Growled the one with gauntlets. Kale dodged the first blow, managing to climb a rock. The spear whistled again. This time it cut his shoulder. The pain left him stunned. He fell to one side. The woman approached with a magical net. Lord Iclos will reward us well for this, she murmured. He wants it alive. Kale tried to speak. But he felt his body numb. There was something in the spear that made him slower, clumsier. The net flew. But before he fell, Kale saw it. A crack. Hidden under moss. A barely visible opening in the wall. He rolled. He threw himself. He slid through the narrowness. The net hit the rock. It didn't reach him. Damn worm. Someone shouted. It's heading to the intermediate floors. Kale kept crawling, gasping. Every muscle screamed. His wound throbbed as if it had a life of its own. But he escaped. Not because they spared him. But because his small body was the only one that could have passed through that place. Chapter 3, Inescapable Descent. The tunnel was a cold, narrow embrace. Just wide enough for Kale to crawl. His breathing came in uneven gasps, mixed with a tremor. He couldn't tell if it was pain, fear, or the change devouring him from within. He crawled with difficulty, his skin scraped by the living rock. His left shoulder was useless after the adventurer's ambush. I can't give up now, not after all this, he thought, feeling like every movement cost him his life. His only advantage having escaped through that hidden crack, too narrow for his pursuers. But the dungeon offered no refuge. Only more depth. Suddenly, the rock disappeared beneath him. There was a moment of suspension, and then the fall. He tumbled down a hidden slope, a steep channel pushing him as if the dungeon itself spat him downward. He struck roots, stone fragments, old debris, and dry remains of forgotten creatures. Each impact was a new stab. He felt several ribs give way. Air escaped his lungs like a silent scream. Why does this keep happening to me? Did I do something to deserve this? He thought in despair, yet forced himself to stay conscious. After what seemed like hours of suffering, his body came to rest upon hitting a damp, spongy surface. He lay on his back, breathing with difficulty, staring at a ceiling covered in fluorescent fungi pulsing with a sickly blue light. Kale didn't know how he was still alive. Every muscle ached, and his side burned with the sharp heat of a deep wound. He struggled to sit up, noticing he'd lost quite a bit of blood. His vision blurred at times. Where am I? He murmured in a weak voice, coughing a little. It seemed the spear's effect had lessened. This can't be real. The surroundings had changed, no longer stone corridors, but organic chambers with walls covered in moisture, filaments, and fungi of various sizes that moved gently, as if breathing. He recognized that kind of structure. In the echoes of his confused memories, he recalled how some parts spoke of the intermediate levels. And among them, one was especially feared: the 15th floor, the novice's tomb. Kale shuddered. I'm farther from what I thought. Very far from the exit. And worst of all, his pursuers were still searching for him. If they wanted to capture him, it wouldn't take long to find him. They seemed to already know I was here, but how? I don't remember letting anyone see me. It doesn't matter. I have to move. I can't stay here and wait to be found, he told himself, clenching his teeth. If they want to catch me, I'll let them follow my trail until they get tired. His best option was to keep descending. According to the fragments of memory he still retained, a few floors down was a vast, safe area where he could hide and recover without so much risk of being captured or worse. The 18th floor, Rivera, a safe place where monsters don't appear. Maybe there I can find someone to help me, he told himself, clinging to that idea like a life raft. It was his best option, though that didn't mean the path would be easy. The descent was a mix of madness and endurance. 3 floors ahead, with monsters possibly appearing from any side at the slightest carelessness. But going up is a worse option. If they catch me, I don't know what will become of me. He remembered, pushing himself forward. Having made a decision, Kale sat down, taking a moment to breathe before what lay ahead. Suddenly, he noticed a small pool of blood left from his fall. After all this time, an instinctive curiosity about his appearance upon suddenly waking in this new world overcame him. So he leaned in enough to see his reflection immediately. A pair of crimson, blood-like eyes met his gaze. Black hair like night, long intimidating fangs protruding from his mouth, skin so pale one might think he was dead rather than alive. "Is this me?" he whispered in astonishment, looking at his slightly pointed ears and then his neck, with small scaly spots, the clear signs of the monsters he'd absorbed. Yet after everything that had happened, his appearance was, to put it mildly, terrible. His clothes were torn, and a huge amount of what looked like a strange mix of mud and dried blood covered every part of his body, leaving barely anything visible underneath. "I barely look human," he thought with a bit of sadness. His ears had become somewhat pointed, presumably from the goblins he'd absorbed. And the scaly spots must be from the lizardmen he absorbed before entering the 4th floor. Along with many other small signs of the monsters he'd been hunting since he woke up. But, if you looked closely, there was still a subtle charm. "Well, it could be worse, I guess," he encouraged himself in a low voice. Beneath all that dirt and thin bones, there was a wild, undeniably handsome, or rather, cute attraction. Without paying much attention to his appearance anymore, Kale stood up. "How much more will I change?" he murmured distractedly as he set off. "How much of me is already lost?" No one answered. Maybe there is no one who can answer. He looked at his hands. He remembered how he feared absorbing that goblin on the 5th floor. How his body had been before it disappeared. "I have to stop doubting," he told himself. "My body knows what to do, I just have to let it do what it wants." His body always screamed for him to absorb, to kill. And it did so with growing ease. Kale wanted to cry, but he couldn't. All that was left was to move forward. Accepting that if there was a way to survive, it wouldn't be as a human. Kale moved forward as best he could. Sometimes he walked, other times he crawled. He crossed tunnels where gravity seemed to change, chambers where light obeyed no logic, passages where the air itself seemed to absorb sound. On several occasions, his body was on the verge of collapse. In one of those passages, he was attacked out of nowhere by a thin, almost ethereal creature that seemed woven from liquid shadow. It had elongated limbs and eyes that opened and closed erratically. Kale dodged instinctively. His hand, almost without him noticing, extended more than he remembered, grabbing the creature by the neck. On contact, the strange energy he had been getting used to coursed through his body again. "Don't hesitate," he reminded himself, feeling the transfer. "I need to be stronger." The creature faded slowly with a sharp screech, as if feeling immense pain from being absorbed. Kale felt a new sort of clarity. A movement pattern. A simple but useful knowledge how to move without being heard. How to blend with the shadows. He was gaining more than strength. He was acquiring parts of what he defeated. And that scared him, at least a little. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he could hardly stay standing. He took refuge in a damp crack between 2 stone formations and slept for just a few minutes, enough to regain some awareness. Barely resuming his journey, something struck him. Not an enemy. Not a visible trap, but an impulse from within. Avoid. Dry. Sharp. Hunger. Not for food, but for something deeper. For vitality. His breathing became erratic. His hands trembled. Every living creature he crossed provoked an unknown hunger. It wasn't need. It was desire. Instinct. Soon, he was ambushed by a group of beasts that resembled skinless felines with overly wide mouths. His body reacted before his mind. Claws appeared where his hands were, and then a roar unhuman came from his throat. Then he moved, with swift, precise movements. I can't stop now, he thought, while fighting like a beast. He fought without full awareness, paying no attention to his wounds. Everything was fast, direct, savage yet effective. When it was all over and he regained some awareness, he knelt before one of the bodies. This time he didn't hesitate. He didn't need to touch it much. A mere contact was enough to feel how warm energy flowed into him, closing wounds, strengthening him. And his hunger disappeared. The taste of that energy wasn't cruel. It wasn't pleasant. It was inevitable. Then, a vibration ran down his back. An invisible crack opened before his eyes. A floating screen appeared, flickering, distorted like the last time. The letters were blurry, incomplete. But some lines stood out, clearer than the rest. Condition met, ability partially unlocked, berserk, B, status, partial emotional stability compromised. Passive ability in development, Chapter 4, Shadows and Scars. The room was shrouded in gloom, barely lit by the flickering glow of a magical lamp swaying weakly from the ceiling. 3 figures stood, an elite group sent to capture Kale, kneeling before an irregular throne forged of onyx and blackened silver. The god who occupied it lounged with theatrical nonchalance, one leg crossed over the other, fingers toying with a handheld mirror of dark crystal that reflected only distortions. His eyes, a brilliant and mocking violet, blinked with irritation at the sight of them. "Well?" he asked in a honeyed voice, though it carried a latent threat. The dark-skinned woman at the front, her damaged magic net still hanging from her belt, bowed her head. "We failed. The creature escaped. It slipped through a crack too narrow even for us. We believe it descended to the middle floors." A deadly silence followed. The mirror stopped spinning. Snap. "Useless," Iclos muttered, his smile vanishing for the first time. He stood in one fluid motion, his robe falling with supernatural elegance. His eyes gleamed with a cruel glint. "I gave you simple instructions. Capture the phenomenon, and now, do I have to send Dix to clean up your mess?" The woman didn't reply. The bulliest of the group swallowed visibly. "Bring him," Iclos ordered without turning. "I want to speak with him now." One of the men disappeared down a side passage, and after a few minutes, the leader of Iclos's followers appeared. Dix per Dix, his arrogant stride and sunken, paranoid eyes unmistakable. A thick scar ran down his cheek. "Once again, your whim slipped through your fingers, my god," Dix said with a crooked grin, though he knelt respectfully. "Silence and listen," Iclos interrupted, sitting back down. "I found something. Something that shouldn't exist. An echo with no source. A soul that obeys neither gods nor the rules of Falna." Dix eyed him warily, but when the god tossed him the mirror, and the distortions reshaped into a gaunt silhouette with ember-red eyes and bloodied claws, his expression changed. "What is that?" "I don't know," Iclos whispered, his eyes shining with feverish excitement. "I was peering into the dungeon, looking for something interesting. With my ability, even if it's sealed, I can still glimpse a little. And I saw it. An aberration. No blessing. No record. And it's absorbing monsters, Dix, and it's getting stronger and stronger. As if it's mimicking the Falna itself." Dix took a step back, absorbing the information. A creature, capable of growing stronger by absorbing other monsters. And possibly those of humans too, Iclos added, thrilled. I've never seen anything like it. I want to study it. I want to know what it is. What it can do. What it could become if no one stops it. Dix nodded slowly. His grin returned, darker this time. Then I'll send more men. Hunters. We won't treat it like prey, but like a runaway experiment. And Dix, Iclos added, resting the mirror on his lap once more, if you can capture it alive, so be it. But if it resists, then we'll tear it apart. Piece by piece. They both laughed. The hunt had truly begun. The dungeon's darkness was absolute. Kale fell to his knees, gasping. The creatures around him lay dead, and his body vibrated with the energy he had just absorbed. Invisible blood flowed under his skin like liquid fire. Something inside him cracked, broke, or was released. And then, he felt it. A pulse in his chest. A foreign heartbeat. An invisible rift opened in the air before him, and the familiar distorted glow appeared. Condition met, ability partially unlocked, Berserk, B, status, partial emotional stability compromised. Passive ability in development, Kale trembled. Not from cold, nor even from fear. But from recognition. Something inside him was igniting. Something wild. Something uncontrollable. His pupils dilated. His breathing quickened. For a few seconds, his mind was swept up in a storm of uncontrollable emotion: rage, pain, thirst, the desire to destroy. But then, as if an invisible hand pulled his consciousness back, he returned to himself. He collapsed to the ground, sweaty, exhausted, gasping. No, he murmured, I won't become that. The pulse of the dungeon beat through the walls like a primitive drum, in sync with Kale's trembling as Berserk's awakening still echoed through him. Every step felt heavier, clumsier, as if the ground pulled at his soul with invisible chains. But he didn't stop. He had to reach Rivera, and the only way was to go deeper, even if that meant passing through areas that were beyond reason for someone like him, half-formed, incomplete. And so he arrived. A low hum warned him of danger before he even saw the place. The Goliath's Chamber. A mythical point in the middle floors, where one of the most feared bosses, a monster created to test the most promising adventurers, was summoned by the dungeon's own system. Kale slipped silently through the stone cracks, his body pressed against a damp wall. There was a massive natural stone bridge at the edge of the chamber, and from there he could observe, without being seen. The creature was already there. The Goliath. A mass of muscle, taller than any beast Kale had ever faced, its skin dark and glowing like solidified lava, roared with a sound that shook the walls. Each step it took felt like a seismic threat. Its eyes gleamed with primal fury. And in front of it, surrounded by a squad of young adventurers bearing the Loki Familia insignia, stood her. Lefi Yavirides. The elf held her staff with both hands, hair flowing with each magical surge. Her face showed absolute concentration, lips whispering a runic chant that summoned spells of great power. Behind her, other novices tried to maintain formation while attacking from the flanks. An explosion of light engulfed the room when one of Lefi Ya's spells struck the Goliath's arm, forcing it to stagger back a step. Don't lose rhythm. Cover the flanks, shouted an authoritative voice from behind. Kale turned his head. Reverial Joe's Alf. The wise princess. The strategic heart of the Loki Familia. Her mere presence filled the chamber with an indescribable magical pressure. She stood on an elevation, watching the battle with calculated calm, ready to intervene, but she didn't. She was testing her group. Kale held his breath. Too close. She was one of the few who could sense energy without seeing it, who might notice something strange from even a flicker of intent. Every rumor his fragmented mind remembered spoke of Reveria as a born spell hunter. And he was no longer human. Kale tried to move with extreme slowness, like a damp shadow along the jagged edges of the cavern. His hands, still trembling from berserk, clung to the floor to avoid even the slightest noise. But then, he felt it. A gaze. Cold. Precise. Piercing. Riveria had turned her head just a few degrees. Her face showed no surprise or fear. Only mild suspicion. Her eyes scanned the shadows where Kale hid, as if sensing something different. Something that didn't belong. Kale froze. If he moved even once, he was finished. But then, a shout broke the tension. Leffy ya! Now! Launch it! A blast of explosive light shot from the young elf's staff, striking the Goliath's torso directly. The monster's roar echoed throughout the chamber. Riveria turned her gaze back to the battle. Kale seized the chance. He slipped through a narrow passage that curved around the chamber, escaping the oppressive presence of both the Goliath and Riveria. He didn't look back. But he knew that gaze had felt something. Maybe she didn't know what it was. Maybe she dismissed it as a reflection. Or maybe, she simply chose not to act. For now. Chapter 5, Reflections of What I Was Mourning arrived without warning. A faint glow filtered through the cracks of the small cavern. Kale was in the shadows, near the entrance of a cave hidden behind a waterfall. He had found it while blindly exploring the surroundings of Floor 18. The constant roar of the water offered him a strange comfort, a rhythm foreign to the dungeon, unchanging, pure. In the morning, when the flow of adventurers between floors had subsided, Kale dared to get a little closer to Rivera, just exploring. He still wasn't planning to enter Rivera, not in his current state. His body was still covered by a hardened mix of mud, dried blood, and remnants of creatures he barely remembered. The guards, although neutral, wouldn't let him in looking like that. Or worse, they might recognize him as something else. And he wasn't sure he could handle questions, or stares. So he slipped between the rocks, following the crystalline murmur of the water, until he found a small hidden lagoon formed by the overflow of the waterfall. The place was unusually peaceful. Vines hung from the stones, the ground was covered in soft moss, and the vapor suspended in the air seemed to ignore the cruelty of the outside world. And there, for the first time since he woke up, he allowed himself to breathe. Kale took off his tattered clothes, feeling each torn fiber slide over his hardened skin. He slowly sank into the water, gasping at the cold that shook his body. It wasn't just cleansing. It was redemption. The mud dissolved. The blood disappeared. His skin, though still pale, regained part of its original color. His body, no longer completely thin, seemed to have recovered a bit of strength. Apparently, he was recovering at a slow but steady pace after having absorbed so many monsters. His black hair once again fell naturally over his forehead. When he saw his reflection in the calm surface of the water, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The red eyes were still there. The pointed ears. Some scales still clung to the nape of his neck and shoulders, along with other small and varied marks scattered across several parts of his body. But beneath all of that, there was still a face. A young one. One that, under different circumstances, might have even been beautiful. He wasn't a complete monster. Not yet. He stayed there for a long time in silence, until an uncomfortable tingling crept down his back. He turned sharply. Nothing. The rocks. The twisted trees of the dungeon's artificial biome. The waterfall, all the same. But he felt it. He knew it. I could have sworn someone was watching me, he murmured, voice low and tense. He scanned the surroundings again, searching for any figure, some out-of-place shadow. But he found nothing. Maybe his paranoia was growing. Maybe it was a side effect of his berserk skill. He sighed and got out of the water. He had no other clothes, so he put his tattered garments back on, though at least they were no longer covered in filth. He went back into the hidden cave near the waterfall. It wasn't very deep, but it was enough to take shelter. The floor's artificial sun began to set. Soon, the night of the dungeon would fall, marked by the fading of magical light in the atmosphere. Rivera would close its gates at that time. And the paths would become dangerous again, not because of monsters, but because of possible bandits. Kale wouldn't go in today. It was too late for that. It would raise questions, but he still decided to make use of the time. If he wanted to survive, he needed to know the surroundings. So, with careful steps, he ventured around the waterfall. After a few minutes, following a barely visible path among sharp rocks, the air changed. A smell of iron and moisture alerted him. Instinctively, he crouched, moving between twisted bushes and trees with thick trunks. A muffled sound. A groan. He got closer, moving like a shadow in the night. And then he saw him. A young adventurer no older than 17 lay between two rocks, his left arm clearly broken, and one of his legs trapped under some debris. His light armor was in shreds, and his sword lay several meters away. He must have been part of a group, perhaps got separated and lost before he could return to Rivera. And if the pain on his face wasn't fake, he didn't have much time left. Kale hesitated. His instincts told him to approach. To take that weak energy. To absorb it and claim that vitality for himself. It would be easy. It was right there. No one would see. But he didn't. Instead, Kale took a few steps back, watching. Then picked up a small stone. Aimed carefully and threw it near the sword. The noise made the boy turn his head slightly. Kale moved then. He dashed out from the shadows, appearing behind the adventurer, and with superhuman strength, removed the rock that was pinning him. The boy screamed in pain, but Kale had already acted. He used some of the nearby vines to improvise a tourniquet for the leg and a splint for the arm. Then he placed the sword nearby in case a monster approached. All without letting the injured boy get a clear look at him. What? Who? The boy stammered, looking around, breathing heavily. Kale didn't answer. He was already far enough away for his silhouette to be lost in the foliage. He just watched from a distance, making sure the boy didn't die. And when he saw another group approaching, surely his companions down a nearby path, he turned and left. His steps were light. His soul, a bit less heavy. He returned to the cave as the glow of the floor's artificial stars faded. The roar of the waterfall greeted him like an old friend. The residual warmth of the rock offered him an improvised bed. Kale sat down, hugging his knees. He wasn't hungry. He didn't want to absorb anything. For once. He just wanted silence. He looked at his hands. I guess. I'm not lost yet, huh? He whispered. And for the first time in a long while, it didn't sound like a lie. The cave wrapped him in stillness. Outside, the dungeon kept breathing. Inside, Kale closed his eyes. And slept. Darkness was absolute, enveloping the entire room. Interrupted only by the small embers of the torches on the walls and the faint reflection of a handheld mirror embedded in a frame as black as obsidian. The object, usually vibrant and full of shifting images, now seemed dull, lifeless, as if it refused to cooperate. Close stepped back with a grimace of frustration. His long, thin fingers trembled slightly. He paced back and forth, murmuring to himself as he ran a hand through his hair. Dix watched from a high-backed chair, relaxed, a glass of wine in hand and a crooked smile on his face. His eyes followed each movement of the god with curiosity more than concern. You lost him? Dix asked, tone almost mocking. I had to stop using the mirror, Close replied, irritated, stopping in front of one of the many magical torches that flickered without wind. Reverial Joe's Alf, that damned elf, almost sensed me. If I had kept using it so close to her, it would have triggered every alarm. Her mental perception, her magical sensitivity. I couldn't risk it. And right at that moment the phenomenon disappeared. Dix asked, resting his elbow on the chair's arm, amused. Right before he entered the 18th floor. That's when everything got blurry. The layers of natural magic on that floor are too dense. The mirror can observe without being detected, but it can't find what it has no way to locate. Dix pursed his lips slightly, but didn't seem surprised. In short, the great god of dreams and surveillance lost his most promising experiment. He said with a crooked grin, raising his glass. Brilliant. Eye-closed turned sharply toward him. Don't mock me. The mirror is sealed precisely to avoid interference. It can't aim or track. It only observes. If I try to actively search for him from here, someone with spiritual perception would notice immediately. And then, you know what would happen. Oh, I know, Dix nodded, setting the glass on a nearby silver tray. That's not what worries me. What worries me is that you seem to have forgotten your own story. Eye-closed narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? Dix calmly got up from the chair and walked to a bookshelf. He took a small book with cracked leather covers and flipped through it, as if looking for a specific quote, though clearly it was just for dramatic effect. You once told me, he said without looking at him, about that encounter he had on the 5th floor, remember? With those two rookies who crossed his path. Yes, Eye-closed responded in a low voice. He walked away from them. Didn't attack. He hid. Exactly. Not because he couldn't kill them, but because he chose not to. Maybe out of fear of losing control, maybe out of compassion. Either way, that decision revealed something important: emotion. There's still something that makes him hesitate, that makes him doubt, something almost human. Eye-closed blinked slowly. And Dix turned to him, a macabre gleam of excitement in his eyes. We don't need to find him. We just have to lure him. Eye-closed raised an eyebrow. Lure him? You said you can't find him. Fine. The phenomenon moves by instinct, right? When it senses it might be in danger, it retreats. But when it sees a life in danger, it hesitates, and that will be its weakness. The god crossed his arms, thoughtful. And what's your plan? Dix smiled with that expression that mixed brilliance and cruelty in equal parts. Easy. We'll set a trap. Something vulnerable. A group of young adventurers, the kind who think everything is glory and bravery. We'll make it easy for them to reach the 18th floor. Maybe even give them a blessing so they don't die immediately. He walked toward the mirror and placed his hand on it, as if already seeing the outcome in its still dull surface. Let's see how long he can keep playing the good guy. Silence filled the room once more. But this time, it had an edge. Chapter 6, a place called River. The water struck his back with a constant, almost meditative force. Beneath the hidden waterfall, Cale let himself be swallowed once more by the cold. His eyes were closed, his breathing steady. For a moment, there was no dungeon, no hunters, no voice pulsing inside him since that night. And, like every morning for the past 2 days, he felt it again. That gaze. Not violent. Not overly curious. Just, present. As if a silent consciousness was watching him from beyond the mist, never daring to come too close. Cale opened his eyes and glanced over his shoulder. Nothing. As always. He sighed, resigned. You're still there, huh? He murmured, without anger. Without fear. But you never do anything. You just watch. He didn't know if it was a creature of the dungeon, an adventurer, or just a persistent illusion. But he had stopped fearing it. It didn't seem to want to hurt him. Not yet. And in this place, that was almost a gesture of kindness. For 2 days, Cale had been observing from a distance. Not the dungeon this time, but the city suspended between the wild and the human, Rivera. He had watched it from the shadows. The comings and goings of adventurers. Merchants shouting with enthusiasm. The wounded entering, others leaving without looking back. Everything flowed with an odd normalcy in the middle of the underground chaos. It was a refuge. A mirage. But he never got too close. Until today. Today, he found an old cloak, hanging from a crooked branch in a forgotten part of the tunnels. It wasn't pretty. Patched, with improvised stitching. But intact. And more importantly, ordinary. Unlucky adventurers wore them everywhere. So today, at last, he walked toward the village entrance. Each step was a drum in his chest. When he passed between the two guards, he thought he had made it. That he was in. Hey. You. Hold on a second. He froze. The guard who stopped him was a burly man with a thick beard and a face weathered by eternal shifts on the edge of the impossible. Cale lowered his hood a bit more, ready to run. To fight. To vanish. But then, the man handed him something. Looks like a rookie. Old cloak, no weapons, he said, letting out a tired sigh. Bet you got robbed. Here, take these valise. Won't do you any good if you die at the exit. 2 basic healing potions. Small, yet precious. Cale took it silently, nodding awkwardly. The guard returned to his post, as if he'd already forgotten him. And just like that, he had entered Rivera. He walked its crooked streets like a ghost among the living. Makeshift weapon shops, food stalls, healers, barkers, conmen. All coexisted in a symphony of survival. No one looked at him more than they had to. He found a small tavern. Dark, with worn tables. He ordered food. Hardened bread. Salty stew. A drink made from some unknown fruit. He tasted it. It tasted fine. The flavors were there. His body appreciated it. But it meant nothing to him. It didn't fill him. As if something inside had forgotten how to enjoy anything. He paid silently and left. Later, in a narrow alleyway, he found a second-rate forge. The swords hanging on the wall were cheap, with thick blades and clumsy finishes. Forged to survive a few battles, not to become legends. Perfect. With the coins he had left, he bought a medium-sized sword. Not beautiful, but functional. It felt good to have a weapon at his side again. As if a part of him remembered what it was like to hold something with purpose. The blacksmith didn't even look at him. No one asked anything. In a place like Rivera, no one asked questions that didn't matter. The blade of the new sword weighed more than it should, but somehow, it was a familiar weight. Cale resumed walking, hidden among the layers of noise, grime, and steam of the makeshift city. The feeling of being watched had faded since he crossed Rivera's gates, as if the presence watching him from the mist dared not enter. Or perhaps, it was already inside. Turning a corner with no real destination, he saw them. A group of 5. Young. Very young. A mismatched bundle of ill-fitting armor, heavy backpacks, and voices louder than they should be. One carried a staff he didn't know how to use, another a spear far too big for his frame. They laughed. They shoved each other. Pretended to be strong. But they weren't alone. A man watched them from a nearby bench, pretending to be distracted. Cleaner clothes. Weathered skin, but calm eyes. Like someone who had spent years perfecting the art of seeming harmless. He spoke to the kids now and then, wearing a casual smile. Advice, maybe. Warnings, perhaps. Cale stopped. Not for them. For him. There was something in that man, in the way he sat. How he never truly took his eyes off them, even when staring at the ground. Subtle, but utterly focused. Like a predator. Cale's instinct gave a dry, cold pulse. That's no mentor. That's a shepherd. And they're sheep. He leaned against a crumbling wall and closed his eyes for a moment, trying to smother the rising urge. The impulse to warn them. To interfere. To do something. But what would he say? Be careful. Something feels off. That a stranger with dead eyes and a patched cloak had a bad feeling. The kids wouldn't give him a second glance. But the man, he would. He would open him up with a smile. One made entirely of teeth. So he waited. Watched. When the young ones walked away, laughing among themselves, the man stood. He didn't follow. He didn't need to. He already had them. He sat again near another bench. Pulled out a notebook. Wrote something down. Marked, Kale thought. And that thought, cold and sharp, pierced his chest like a shard of ice. He turned and walked away down the alley. In the forge, the hammers kept pounding. In the tavern, the laughter kept echoing. But something inside Kale found no rest. That night, in his hideout among rocks and mist, with the waterfall whispering like a constant lullaby, Kale didn't sleep. The gaze was still there, as always. Watchful. But this time, it wasn't what unsettled him. What unsettled him was the silence that followed the memory of those kids. As if something beneath Rivera had started to tighten. As if the very air was holding its breath. Something was about to break. And Kale, without knowing why, understood that this time, he wouldn't be able to stand aside. Scene change. Beneath Rivera the stone walls oozed moisture. The chamber was narrow, cracked by time and the dungeon's tremors, yet shielded from the noise above. Here, only the drip of water dared break the silence. Close paced with his hands behind his back. His robe immaculate despite the filth seemed detached from the world around him. He wore a smile with that calm that always hinted at the inhuman. Is everything ready? He asked, without looking behind. Dix, leaning against a fractured column, nodded slowly. His eyes sunken and red from sleepless nights did not blink. His voice was rough. Ready. Took longer than we thought. Damn elf stayed longer than expected. Reverial Joe's Alf, Close murmured, with an almost amused grimace. What a troublesome obstacle. And right now, bringing those, pups. Lefia and her squad of novices. That's why we had to scatter the bombs in multiple locations. False signals, mana flashes, a few simulated fissures in the lower floors. They'll make noise. Enough to draw her attention. To split them up. Dix pulled out a small communication crystal, spinning it in his hand. He didn't activate it yet. Once the distraction starts, we'll herd them towards Sector 18. We've already secured the route. That's where we think the creature usually hides. Creature. Close repeated, glancing at him. You seem to enjoy calling it that. Don't forget that if I'm right, that thing was once human. Something changed it? And I want to know what. Dix clicked his tongue. Whatever it is, it's not normal. Doesn't follow any monster pattern, nor any adventurers. Vanishes as fast as if it were part of the dungeon itself. And the aura it leaves behind. He stopped. Not out of fear. But because even he, who had seen the impossible, didn't know how to put it into words. Close, on the other hand, smiled like he already knew the answer. Phenomenon. That's what we'll call it, until we have something better. And this time, he looked toward a dark opening in the rock, where a heavy wind blew like an ancient breath. This time, it won't escape us. Dix activated the crystal. A pale light ran through the tunnels. In the distance, the first tremors began. The trap had been sprung. Above, the chaos would soon follow. And while all eyes turned elsewhere, they would go straight to the heart of the mystery. Chapter 7, Echoes of Darkness. Silence. Kale knew that. Even while standing still, hidden within the warm mist of the waterfall that fell like a veil over his hooded form, the dungeon never stayed quiet. It never did. Cold droplets struck his bare back like the metronome of the underground world. The water carried traces of crystalline dust, tiny particles of condensed mana from the surroundings. It wrapped around him, connected him, and disturbed him. That feeling had returned. It wasn't a voice. It wasn't a vision or a revelation. It was the ground vibrating. It was the air pressing in. As if something deep within the dungeon, perhaps its very will, was irritated. Or waiting. Kale opened his eyes. He hadn't heard any words. But his chest was heavy. His breathing had quickened without him noticing. Something's coming, he thought, something bad. Riverial Joe's Alf staff struck the ground with a measured firmness as she walked through the bustling market stalls of Rivera. Around her, life carried on in its usual chaos, adventurers arguing over loot, merchants chattering non-stop, and the familiar air thick with sweat and steam from the city's makeshift quarters on the middle floor. But her eyes weren't on them. They were on the sky. Or more precisely, on the flow of mana above, shifting like a disturbed spiderweb. "Did you feel it?" she asked, without turning. A young adventurer followed her, glancing around with slight concern. "The magic surge?" "Yeah, a few minutes ago. It felt like a sudden pull. I thought it was a fight in another sector." Riveria shook her head gently, but firmly. "Not a fight. This is coming from the floor itself. The mana's erratic. It's moving like something is pushing it from within, not from the surface." She touched two fingers to her temple, closing her eyes briefly. A crack had been discovered earlier in the northern zone of the floor, and now this. "Leffy ya." The young elf stepped forward, still slightly surprised. "Yes, Lady Riveria. I want you to investigate the anomaly in the north. Take 2 of the new recruits. We trained them for this. It'll be a good test, but I want your eyes there, not theirs. Something's off." "A trap?" Leffy ya asked, a hint of unease in her voice. "I don't know yet," Riveria replied, "but my instincts say this isn't a coincidence. And I can't leave the town unattended, not with how things are going." Kale's point of view. Kale was already dressed. His worn cloak covered his entire body. The sword he'd purchased was strapped to his side, and his muscles were tense, like the strings of an out-of-tune lute. He couldn't stay still. The mana around him was buzzing. The dungeon air had grown heavier. The atmosphere had intent. And then he saw them. Leffy Yavirides. Kale recognized her instantly. Not from witnessing her fight the Goliath, but from memories. The kind he wasn't supposed to have, yet they lingered like scars burned into his mind. He knew her story. He knew how she moved. How she fought. What she feared. And there she was, marching north with 2 rookies right toward where everything seemed to be going wrong. This can't be a coincidence. He followed. Not because he wanted to. Not because it was his problem. But his heart pounded too hard. His legs moved on their own. He knew with that strange, silent certainty that the dungeon planted in his gut. The hole in the wall was recent. The edges were still warm. One of the rookies, Arwen, conjured a small orb of light and tossed it into the darkness. It illuminated a creature curled on the ground. A small wyvern, panting, with visible wounds. It was covered in dried blood. "Wounded by another monster?" asked the other rookie, Neril, aiming his spear. "Looks inactive." "Not hostile," Leffy Ya said, though her voice trembled slightly. She had learned that monsters didn't fake it. And that was her mistake, because everything happened at once. The wyvern lifted its head. Its eyes glowed with a monstrous light and it lunged. Arwen couldn't dodge in time. A slash sent him flying into the rock with a blood-curdling scream. Neril tried to hold the monster off, but a sudden charge threw him several meters away. Leffy Ya barely had time to begin her chant when the creature turned on her, fast as a thunderclap. "No. I can't," she gasped, her voice cut off by fear. The chant faltered. The energy dissolved. She was frozen. Someone! She screamed within her mind. And then a hooded figure burst through the breach at terrifying speed. Kale didn't hesitate. He couldn't. The monster turned to him. It was faster than he expected. He took a slash to the side deep, but he didn't stop. He jumped. His sword sliced diagonally, forcing the wyvern to recoil. "You, elf!" Kale shouted, his face still hidden chant. "Now!" Leffy Ya looked at him as if he were a ghost. Her voice still shook. "Do it!" The words weren't gentle, but they were true. She nodded, took a deep breath, and began. The chant flowed out like a familiar melody as Kale stood between her and the beast. He blocked the creature's attacks with desperate, brutishly effective swings of his sword. When Leffy Ya finished, the spell descended upon the monster with devastating fury. Silence. Then smoke. And a lifeless body. Kale, breathing hard, knelt down and took out the 2 potions he still carried. One for Arwen. One for Neril. Both were breathing. Leffy Ya approached, but before she could say a word, Kale was already walking away. "Wait!" she called. But there was no response. The hooded figure didn't stop, didn't even glance back. He simply vanished into the dungeon mist as quickly as he had appeared. Exhausted but recovering thanks to his naturally high regeneration, Kale returned to Rivera. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed the group of rookies he had seen when he first arrived in the town walking past him, leaving with the sinister man leading them out. Now. Right when everything seems to be going wrong on the floor. Even though logic told him to stay out of it, he decided to follow them. He felt certain if he didn't, those rookies would die. As he trailed behind, he didn't realize the path they were taking was nearly the same one he always used to return to the waterfall. Dick stared at the map, freshly marked. A red cross over the north. Another over Sector 18. "Everything's falling into place," he muttered. A chained creature behind him let out a low growl. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural hue. The phenomenon took the bait. "It's moving. Just as we planned." A dry laugh escaped his throat. "Now, let the hunt begin." Chapter 8, Bad Feeling. The silence on the 18th floor felt wrong today. It wasn't the calm of a place free of danger, it was the silence of a predator lying in wait. Kale walked through the low mist that blanketed the paths, as if the very air was watching him. In the distance, he followed a small group of young adventurers, their steps still full of excitement. The supposed guide led them with confidence down paths Kale had never seen used. These weren't natural routes. Something was off. That's when he noticed it. Subtle symbols on the stones. Inscriptions barely visible, etched with magical tools. Warps in the mana flow. Ancient marks precise and deadly that only someone like him, someone who was no longer entirely human, could perceive. Magical bait. Markers, or worse, anchors for future traps. They're being led like cattle, Kale thought, his jaw clenched. The guide, with his calm face and soft voice, hid too much beneath his spotless cloak. Kale could smell the deceit like an animal scenting dried blood. His instincts screamed. Jump now. Attack. Close the distance and cut the lie at its root. But he knew what would happen. He was an outsider with red eyes and an unnatural aura. If he attacked without clear evidence, he'd just be the monster who scared a bunch of rookies. And they wouldn't believe him. So he swallowed his rage. Gritted his teeth. And kept walking through the shadows. Waiting. Just a little longer. "I can't believe we got this lucky," exclaimed Rul, the one with the oversized spear he barely knew how to hold. "Told you it was a blessing to meet this guy," added Bram, the loudest of the group, pointing at the guide. The man smiled kindly, pausing to indicate a fork in the path. "This way." It'll take us to a hidden cavern safe, low-level monsters, decent loot, and best of all off the usual routes. Just don't make unnecessary noise. What if there are traps or something? Asked Lisa, the youngest. Her voice was low, but the crease in her brow showed her doubt. The guide chuckled softly. The only trap here would be not taking advantage of this opportunity. The rest of the group laughed with him, ignoring Lisa's uneasy look. She stepped back half a pace, spotting a strange mark on the tunnel wall. A small circle, carved too precisely to be natural. This doesn't look untouched, she murmured. But no one heard. Not even when her steps slowed. No one wanted to stop when easy treasure lay just ahead. And so they kept going. Straight into the trap. The central hall of Rivera was more tense than usual. Riverieljo's Alf studied the maps with cold eyes, her fingers dancing across the surface of the enchanted glass. Beside her, Leffy spoke with urgency. It wasn't a normal monster. It was like someone put it there, like it was waiting for us. Riveria nodded slowly. And that man who appeared. Leffy looked down briefly, a faint blush on her cheeks, a subtle, almost shy reaction more out of instinct than meaning. He saved us. Without him, we'd be dead, she said, her voice rising for the first time. And I think, he's still here. Watching. Maybe even helping. The same one who disappeared without giving his name. Riveria asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. And if he was right about the trap, then the rookies who left this morning. The high elf closed her eyes. Might be walking straight into the lion's den. She turned to activate a communicator rune. Call the team. We'll meet at a crash. Shook the room. Then another. And another still. Mana explosions. Vibrations. And the worst part, some sounded like they were directly beneath the town. This can't be happening. Leffy shouted. Is Rivera under attack? Riveria tensed. We can't leave now. If the city falls, we lose everything we built on this floor. And even though she knew a group of young adventurers might be dying in some nearby tunnel, she couldn't abandon her responsibility. They had to hold the line. Even if someone else had to pay the price down below. The cavern was vast. The mist thicker than anywhere else. Their footsteps made no echo. The group entered in awe, marveling at the space. Wow, now this is hidden, said Bram. The guide smiled. Yes. Very, hidden. The air grew heavier. Then noises. Not footsteps. Not growls. Breathing. Lots of it. Something's moving. Lisa shouted. Figures emerged from the shadows. Eyes glowing. Claws scraping. Dozens of mid-level monsters far too strong for the group. And they didn't attack. They surrounded. Contained. The guide snapped his fingers. A rune on the ground flared, and a magic circle spread outward from his feet. No one gets in. No one gets out. Lisa screamed. Rul raised his spear, shaking. What are you doing? The guide no longer smiled. Following orders. The monsters moved in. But before the first strike something fell from the ceiling. Kale. His blade drew a brutal arc, cleaving through a two-headed wolf. He spun, clashed with another beast, then lunged at a third without hesitation. He didn't speak. He didn't think. He struck. He killed. He bled. Red eyes blazing. Hooded face grim. Run to the back. Stake to the wall, he shouted, voice raw. The creatures attacked with everything. He fought back mercilessly. One by one, they fell. But with every strike, Kale staggered more. He wasn't okay. Not completely. When the last beast dropped, Kale was gasping. Blood poured from a wound in his side. His left arm trembled. His vision blurred. But the guide was still there. And now held a black sword. "You think this is over?" he said. Kale straightened, lifting his blade with effort. The fight began brutal, unrelenting. The subordinate showed superior technique and stamina, but Kale kept up. With a precise move, he landed a cut to the man's side, twisting his expression in pain. The battle slowed into a savage exchange where every breath hurt, every step was an act of will. Kale, bleeding and breathless, held his sword with both hands. Opposite him, Dix's subordinate bled from his side. His movements were sluggish. Tired. This was the moment. Kale stepped forward. Then again. "I'll make it," he whispered, his chest rising and falling like the air refused to come. "I can win." He gripped the hilt, shifted his stance, eyes locked on the enemy's heart. "I will win." He summoned everything he had left. Body, mana, strength, rage. He ran, leaving the pain behind, charging toward the end. The subordinate, pale and shaking, smiled. A weak smile barely noticeable, but enough. In his left hand, a small red orb could be seen, which seemed to suddenly glow. The floor lit up with a turquoise glow. The grinding of gears echoed beneath Kale's feet. "Huh!" was all he managed to say. The ground vanished. His body lifted for a second, then Kale fell. His momentum was gone. His victory turned to smoke. As he plunged into the dark tunnel, his battle-worn mind could barely grasp it. There were no thoughts. No screams. Only silence. Only darkness swallowing him whole. The trap snapped shut with a metallic clang that echoed like a sentence. And in the distance, a voice rang out. Cold. Victorious. "I've got you." Chapter 9, Prelude. The subordinate's laughter echoed through the damp cave walls like a macabre chant, repeating among the shadows until it became unbearable. It was a long, shrill laugh, not one of humor, but of intimidation, meant to crush hope. The young adventurers, who just minutes earlier had walked in with faces full of hope, were now petrified, their eyes reflecting pure terror. The air, already heavy with moisture, seemed to grow even denser, as if an invisible presence were pressing down on their lungs. The subordinate reveled in his performance, raising his arms and letting his voice thunder mockingly. "What's wrong, kids? Not so sure about that safe zone I promised you anymore?" he jeered, turning slowly as his eyes gleamed with cruel fire. Lisa, the youngest, whispered to a companion as she tried to hold back tears. "This isn't right. It's not supposed to be like this." But no one heard her. Despair began to gnaw at their courage, their hands trembling uncontrollably. The subordinate stepped forward with a grimace twisting his face, his clenched teeth forming a terrible, crooked grin. His eyes locked onto the adventurers, and his words sliced the air like blades. "There's no escape for you now. This is where your fairy tale ends. No hero is coming to save you, no happy ending. Only darkness, pain, and death." The young adventurers stepped back, cornered by the very sense of betrayal that Kale had foreseen from the beginning. Then, something unexpected happened. The subordinate frowned, a nervous tic flicked across his jaw. "Huh? Why is everything upside down?" he muttered, confused. "Is that my body?" His gaze dropped slowly to his hands, then to his torso, and a cold panic spread across his face. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his head hit the ground with a dull thud, rolling heavily across the stone floor, leaving behind a deadly, absolute silence. A silence that seemed to consume the very air. From behind the fallen subordinate, a tall, slender figure emerged, a pair of crimson eyes glowing with a sinister light. The creature made no sound, yet its presence filled the cave with a dark aura, an ancient, deep hatred that seemed eager to devour the last spark of hope. Its crimson gaze settled on the subordinate's lifeless body with an expression beyond description, as if this moment had been awaited for centuries. Then, slowly, it turned its eyes toward the hatch, or rather, one of the elusive entrances to the labyrinth of Dixies. The figure whispered, with the gravity of the abyss in its voice, a single phrase: "Finally." The deadly silence reclaimed the space, leaving a heavy suspense and the promise of an even darker fate hanging in the air. Meanwhile, far from the oppressive darkness of the cave, the atmosphere in Riveria's command room was a complete contrast. Here, the air buzzed with urgent voices, rapid movements, and constant activity. Riverial Joe's Alf sat at a large table covered in maps, scrolls, and small enchanted crystals glowing faintly under the dim magical light. Beside her, Leffy Ya, still recovering from the recent turmoil, meticulously organized lists of the injured, resources, and defense teams. The room hummed with the murmur of healing spells, issued orders, and the distant sounds of explosions still shaking the city. "We have to evacuate civilians from the most vulnerable zones," Riveria ordered firmly, though concern flickered in her eyes. "The defensive line holds, but we can't let our guard down for a second." Leffy Ya nodded, adjusting an amulet around her neck. "The support teams are at their limit, but the demand is relentless. The monsters are getting more aggressive, and the unstable mana is complicating protective enchantments." Riveria paused, eyeing Leffy Ya carefully. "Do you think someone else is behind this? This isn't just an attack. It was coordinated, planned by someone with resources and full knowledge of the floor and the strategies to trap us, someone like Dix." Leffy Ya frowned. "It makes sense. The disappearance of the rookie group, the use of magical traps, the ambush meant to eliminate me, all point to a trap designed by someone who knows every corner of this level. But something doesn't add up. Why let me escape so easily if our familia was the target?" "I don't know," Riveria said, fully aware of Dix's many attacks on their group, "but this feels different. More like a distraction." "But why? And that mysterious savior," Riveria bit her lip, "if they were really there, maybe they can help us understand what we're facing." Leffy Ya clenched her fists, seriousness etched on her face. "We have to find them before Dix completes whatever plan he has. And we must find the rookie group. We can't allow more innocent lives to be lost." A silent determination filled the room as both women shared the burden of protecting one of the dungeon's most crucial points. "First, we secure Riveria," Riveria affirmed, "but let's not forget this is just the beginning. Dix won't stop. And if we lose here, we lose everything." For a moment, they looked at each other, fully aware of the heavy weight they carried. The war had only just begun, and uncertainty was an enemy as real as any monster. Elsewhere, Kale awoke abruptly. His eyes opened to a darkness that seemed eager to swallow him whole, the cold dampness seeping into his bones. The space around him was vast yet formless, stretched shadows intertwined with distant echoes of footsteps and the constant drip of water. The floor was cold beneath his back, and as he rose, the weight of exhaustion and searing wounds pressed on every muscle. The dim light came only from scattered torches, their flickering flames seeming as if the darkness itself tried to snuff them out. Fragments of memory struck his mind. Memories of cruel traps, shifting paths, and the sensation of being trapped in a labyrinth built to break bodies and wills. He knew where he was, somewhere in Dix's personal dungeon, the place known as Gnosis, filled with traps and horrors. His fingers curled into fists, and his mind began to strategize. "I have to find a way out, fast." As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw small runes on the walls, signs of magic still vibrating with dark energy. The air was filled with corrupt, oppressive mana that seemed to drag his will toward surrender. But Kale would not give in. The echo of approaching footsteps from the corridor made his body tense. From the shadows emerged two figures. The first was Dix, his face twisted in a crooked grin, eyes full of malice and arrogance. Beside him stood an imposing being with glowing eyes, whose very presence radiated power and terror. Dix clapped slowly, each smack of his hands echoing through the cavern like a mocking taunt. "Welcome to my humble abode, genius," he said theatrically, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Consider it your home now, forever. Kale watched them, cold and alert, feeling the tangible weight of the threat in the air. The silence tightened as the shadows seemed to close in. The game had just begun. Chapter 10, Echoes of the Labyrinth. Before starting, I want to point out that I made a small mistake regarding the many eyes that the creature that killed Dix's subordinate had. I didn't look closely at the image of the character and I wrote it as I imagined it to be, but when it came time to review it turned out that it only had one pair of crimson eyes. I already fixed it, but I was only saying it for those who had already read the chapter. Without further ado, I leave you with the chapter. Don't forget to comment and leave reviews. It encourages me to know that the story has support. Author out. In a remote corner of the 18th floor, within a cave so hidden and secluded that even first-class adventurers would likely overlook it, the damp and jagged walls barely reflected the flickering light of a small fire burning at the center. Around it gathered several figures of varying shapes and sizes. Their silhouettes merged with the shadows, giving little more than an unsettling sense of watchful presences. No one spoke, but the air was thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp, deep female voice sliced through the silence, her authority undeniable. We have everything we need. If we wait any longer, the door might stop responding to the key that garbage from the surface had. Her crimson eyes glowed intensely, like embers in the darkness. Her anger was palpable, and her presence effortlessly dominated the space. From one corner, a figure clad in light armor, leaving parts of their agile, well-trained, red-scaled body exposed, responded with a calm but firm tone, attempting to quell the brewing storm. We can't rush just because of that. You know very well what it means to venture into that man's labyrinth, especially with the weapon he possesses. It's a risk we can't afford. If we all go and never return, who will protect the others? Though his voice was steady, it carried the weight of responsibility and experience. The crimson-eyed woman let out a bitter laugh that echoed against the rock wall. So what? Are you just going to let that disgusting human keep playing with us? To trample us, capture our kin, and get away with it? What have we been waiting for then? Her voice rose, and for a moment, it seemed the fire itself flickered faster in the wake of her fury. We can't act without a plan. We can't give in to despair. If we enter recklessly, it will be our ruin. The armored figure stepped forward, locking eyes with the woman, making her recoil just slightly. We've lost too much already. Do you want us to lose everything over a rash decision? Over a tantrum? Their exchange grew more heated, voices turning coarse, words ripping through the fragile calm tantrum. The crimson-eyed woman spat. This is war, not a child's game. And you're not the only one who has to protect others, her counterpart replied. Who looks after the ones who can't fight? Who takes responsibility for those left behind if we act without thought? Do you want to doom your own people? The argument escalated into near shouting, until a deep, resonant voice cut through the air with a single word: enough. Silence fell instantly, heavy and absolute. Everyone lowered their gaze or respectfully stepped back. The figure who had spoken, smaller in size than the other two, radiated a strength that needed no dramatic display. Their presence, a mix of calm and power, enveloped the space like a blanket. With a steady voice, they spoke. I understand what you're saying, old friend. But we can't keep letting that human torment our kind. Their eyes, serene yet determined, turned to the crimson-eyed woman. We must rescue those who've been captured, but we must do so with stealth, cunning, and precision. Without looking away from her, their tone hardened with conviction. A full assault would be suicide. We cannot afford to lose our few remaining fighters. The best course is to infiltrate the labyrinth carefully, rescue as many as we can, and get out before we're discovered. Then, turning to address everyone present, we already have a general idea of where they are. We only need to stay alert. Be ready to act at nightfall. The tension gave way to murmurs of agreement, followed by a burst of enthusiasm from the smaller shadows, those who represented the weakest, the most vulnerable. "We'll bring our people back," affirmed a stone-gray figure whose entire body shimmered with resolve, a glint of determination in their eyes and in every movement. As the gears of fate shifted in slow, silent waves that would change everything, far away, deep within the dark heart of Knossos, Kale fought against his own destiny. He moved swiftly and quietly, desperately searching for any way out. His steps echoed softly, nearly drowned in the cold hush of ancient columns. He knew a single misstep would mean death, but he still clung to the faint hope of escape. However, after only a few meters, a subtle yet menacing whisper turned into a constant murmur. From the columns, like ghosts emerging from the stone, figures began to appear one after another, surrounding him. They weren't formidable warriors or invincible beasts, but their sheer number, more than 30, was terrifying for someone in Kale's condition. A chill gripped Kale's core. Fighting was pointless. He stopped, breathing heavily, now fully aware of the elaborate trap Dix had laid for him. Before he could react, two stronger adventurers seized his arms with merciless strength. Dix stepped out before him, a sneer lighting his face in the dim space. "That's more like it," he said mockingly. "Keep your head down, freak. Learn your place." With a harsh punch to the stomach, he made Kale gasp and stumble, spitting saliva. Dix's subordinates wasted no time, dragging him away without care. "Take him to the others," Dix ordered coldly. "I'm sure you'll fit right in. They came from the same disgusting place, after all." Before leaving, he glanced at Kale one last time, his expression a twisted mix of amusement and menace. "Be patient, freak. Once I'm done with things in Rivera, I'll take my time seeing how many punches it takes to wipe that insolent look off your face." With those final words, Dix departed, and Kale was dragged to another section of Knossos, a grim gallery lined with cages. Inside them, monsters of all shapes and sizes were crammed together. But these weren't ordinary monsters. Their eyes showed intelligence and, more disturbingly, sadness. The recognition was instant. "Xenos," Kale thought, his inner voice broken with exhaustion. Along the way, magical shackles were placed on him, a cruel reminder that his trembling, weakened hands couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Dix's subordinates shoved him harshly into one of the cages, slamming him against the cold metal bars. The sharp touch and heavy silence consumed him, and with one last look of disdain and mockery, they walked away. Alone, with only the echo of his thoughts, Kale sat on the hard floor. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, fatigue devoured his body, and his mind betrayed him with memories and guilt. What had gone wrong? Should he have left those youths to their fate to die? Why couldn't he just ignore them and focus on surviving? The questions dragged him into a dark abyss of self-criticism and despair. He tried to hold on to hope, but it was slowly slipping away. Meanwhile, in Rivera, Lefia received news that filled the command room with a mixture of relief and concern. The group sent to find the missing young adventurers had discovered them unconscious near a waterfall, collapsed, but without visible injuries. However, they had been wrapped in a strange, silk-like material, hard, durable, and extremely difficult to remove. Upon waking, the youths recounted what little they could remember. "We only saw a pair of terrifying red eyes, and then something struck us from behind. We couldn't defend ourselves, we just blacked out." Lefia frowned, listening carefully. The threat was clearly deeper than they had imagined. Riveria, meanwhile, was examining maps and attack records with sharp focus. A terrifying pattern was beginning to emerge. The monsters weren't attacking randomly, they were being guided, drawn to Rivera. "This is no coincidence," Riveria said quietly but firmly, pointing to locations on the map. "Someone's controlling them. Someone who knows how to use mana to lure them." Lefia nodded. "They found magical artifacts in nearby tunnels similar to the ones used in Dix's previous attacks. When they were deactivated, the assault stopped." Riveria looked up, her resolve unwavering. "If those artifacts had remained active, things could have gotten much worse. But now that we've disabled them, we can finally focus on Dix's plan." Lefia, with sudden urgency in her eyes, insisted we need to go to where Dix's subordinate attacked them. The adventurers said that just when everything seemed lost, a man in a ragged cloak appeared and tried to save them before falling into a trap in the floor. It didn't take much for Lefia to connect the dots. Their mysterious savior had tried to help the youths, clearly sensing something was wrong, but he ended up captured by a trap Dix's men had prepared. As plans began to take shape in Rivera, deep in the heart of Knossos, Dix faced a battle of his own. As Iclose's shadow materialized in a dark corner of the labyrinth, Dix met him with a mix of weariness and seething rage. The atmosphere grew heavier, as if the very air thickened in the god's presence. "I don't understand why we've wasted so many resources," Dix began, voice rough with resentment. "That wasn't the plan. Evilus gave us a clear mission: eliminate the Loki Familia. Yet here you are, wasting men, time, and power to capture a worm, a freak who isn't even a real threat." Iclose folded his arms behind his back, eyes glowing cold and distant. "And who are you to question my orders?" he replied, voice deep and cutting. "I'm the one who determines the value of each piece on this board. You're nothing more than a pawn to carry out my will." Dix clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "If I had used all those resources against the elves of the Loki Familia, we'd be much closer to wiping them out. But instead, you changed the plan at the last moment, diverting everything to capture a single insect we could have taken down with 2 men. It makes no sense." The god stepped forward, his aura swallowing the surrounding light. "War isn't a straight line, Dix. Sometimes, you sacrifice smaller pieces to secure the bigger victory. Whatever we've caught, he's no longer just a monster. Not even a phenomenon. He's an anomaly. Something that shouldn't exist, that defies all reason and rules. A complete abomination. And yet, there he is in flesh and blood. He's a wild card in a far greater game than you can fathom. I didn't fully grasp his uniqueness through the mirror, but when I saw him again, in detail, I realized how foolish I was to think he was just another interesting monster." "Wild card?" Dix snapped. "For what? So you could sacrifice what might have been the total destruction of one of our greatest enemies? You gave me orders, but I feel like we wasted everything on that worm. It only took a handful of men to catch him, while the children of Loki still run free, relentless, dangerous on our heels, on mine." Iclose tilted his head, a cold smile touching lips no one could see. "You're too human to understand the scope of my plans. That worm represents a future, a variable that could reshape everything we know. That's why his capture is worth more than anything else." "I see no future, only losses," Dix growled through clenched teeth. "Lost men, lost time, lost resources, lost power. And once things wrap up in Rivera, we'll be hiding like rats for months just to recover." Iclose raised his voice, exuding divine authority and menace. "Enough. I will not tolerate a mere mortal questioning my decisions. You're nothing but an ant pretending to challenge a god. Know your place, Dix, or this will be your end." Dix dropped to his knees, breath ragged, fury burning inside him. "Forgive me, my god," he muttered through gritted teeth. As Iclose vanished into the shadows, silence returned, heavy, bitter, absolute. Once alone, Dix slowly stood, panting, a look of pure hatred in his eyes. "Damn creature. I hope you're ready for all the pain I'm going to make you feel." With those words promising long hours of torture and blows for Kale, Dix headed back to his control center, determined to salvage what little he could from an operation that, in his eyes, had resulted in nothing more than the capture of a worthless monster. Chapter 11, Flames in the gloom. The magical torches barely lit the damp, narrow underground tunnels of Knossos. Moisture clung to their bodies like a veil, and the air, heavy with dust and ancient magic, seemed denser than usual. In that labyrinth of stone and secrets, the Xeno-resistance prepared to strike. Gross, the towering living stone gargoyle, led the group. His body seemed sculpted by a forgotten god. Strong wings, a stony face with a stern gaze, and a deep voice that, though rarely raised, could silence even the most reckless. Beside him stood Lyd, the red-scaled lizardman with a serene expression. His twin swords rested at his waist, and each step he took was silent and precise, as if walking on the edge of a blade. "Everyone ready?" Gross asked, surveying the assembled group. "Yes," Ronyi replied immediately, her crimson eyes blazing with a mix of restrained rage and determination. The young Zeno had an athletic figure, ash-toned skin, and silver hair cascading like metallic waterfalls to her waist. But beneath her human torso was a huge spider body with incredibly long, powerful legs. Her dark, tight-fitting clothes were designed for stealth. Next to her, Ode, the war shadow, nodded slightly. His silhouette seemed to merge with the shadows themselves. Clad in full plate armor, he was unrecognizable as a monster unless someone knew he was inside. Of them all, he was the only one who couldn't speak, but his sharp gaze said it all. He was ready to kill if necessary. "Ronyi, Ode," Gross ordered, "you'll enter through the northern section. There's a corridor that leads directly to the punishment chambers. Scout the area, avoid combat, and if you find prisoners, get them out immediately. If I see one of ours being tortured, don't expect me to stand by," Ronyi warned, crossing her arms with visible tension. Gross stared at her unblinking. "You know what this plan requires. Discretion. If you mess it up, they'll kill us all." "I know. But don't ask me to pretend I don't hear their screams." Lyd placed a hand on the young Zeno's shoulder. "Ronyi, hold on a little longer. You're not alone in this." She lowered her gaze for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally nodded. Ode had already vanished into the shadows like an advancing specter. Ronyi followed, and soon both disappeared into the secondary tunnels. Gross said, turning to Lyd. The lizardman nodded, and they took a different route, one passing through channels forgotten by civilization, tunnels built centuries ago by hands long gone. "These ruins smell more and more like dried blood," Lyd murmured, his face twisted with disgust as they moved through a narrow passage. "That's because they are," Gross replied bitterly. "Dix and his men don't understand the difference between a monster and a living being. To them, we're just tools or scum. Not everyone. There has to be someone out there who doesn't see us that way. Maybe. But for now, we can only trust ourselves. We have to hurry. If we don't get there in time, we will." Their footsteps echoed faintly on the wet stone. They had walked about 15 minutes when a metallic click sounded beneath Lyd's feet. "Watch out!" Gross shouted, pushing him aside just as the floor gave way beneath him. Spikes shot down from the ceiling like inverted spears. Lyd couldn't dodge them all. A spike grazed his right side, leaving a deep but non-lethal cut. The lizardman fell to the ground, gasping as blood stained the tiles. "Damn it!" Gross growled, rushing to check the wound. "This isn't just a simple defensive trap. They're meant to kill." "I'm fine, let's keep going. Come on, lean on me." As they got up, Gross looked down the dark tunnel ahead. He couldn't afford to lose Lyd, not just for his skill but for what he represented: hope. The hope that the Zenos could be more than hidden beasts. Meanwhile, in the northern section of Knossos, Ronyi and Ode moved with the precision of silent assassins. Every corner was checked twice, every shadow carefully scanned. Finally, Ronyi stopped at the faint metallic sound of dragging chains. "Here," she whispered, pointing at a slightly open door. Ode slipped to the threshold, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. What they saw inside chilled their blood. A Zeno, an amphibious species barely recognizable, lay on a stone table, limbs amputated, his body forcibly etched with magical runes. He wasn't breathing. Dead, perhaps for hours or days. Ronyi clenched her teeth hard. "No, not again." Ode raised a hand to stop her from rushing in. "He's dead. Can't you see? Look. This is what awaits us if we keep waiting." She trembled, her nails digging into her palms from clenched fists. But she didn't scream. Didn't run. She turned away, holding back tears that threatened to blur her vision. Let's go, she murmured, there's more. And some, may still be alive. Minutes later, they found a reinforced iron door. Beyond it, the scene was even worse, entire rooms full of torture tables, jars with strange liquids, magical crystals pulsing with dark energy, and in the center, an active magic circle with the remains of what had been a Zeno. Ranyi couldn't hold back a cry of rage. Ode looked at her silently. This is the heart of horror, Ranyi whispered. This isn't just a prison. It's a slaughterhouse. The darkness was nearly total inside the cell. The only light came from a small enchanted torch placed too far to illuminate well. The air smelled of confinement, dampness, worn flesh, and stale magic. Kale, leaning against the cold metal bars, breathed slowly, trying to calm the tremors still running through his body. A figure approached slowly to the edge of his cell. It was Cliff, a huge hippogriff with worn feathers and battered legs. He didn't speak, couldn't, but his eyes conveyed a warmth Kale hadn't felt since arriving in this world. You're trapped here too, huh? Kale asked hoarsely, knowing Cliff wouldn't answer. The hippogriff lowered his head gently, spreading a wing between the bars as if to touch him. Kale reached out, barely brushing the ruffled feathers. It was a brief contact, but enough to remind him he wasn't alone. Thanks, he whispered. He doesn't talk, but he understands, said another voice from the neighboring cell. Rough, hoarse, tinged with cynicism. A small, hunched goblin peeked his head between the bars. His name's Cliff. He's been here longer than anyone. And you are? Kale tried to sit up. Let. And that one over there, he pointed to a winged figure deeper inside, is Fear. Harpy. She's the only other one who can speak properly. For now, Fear interrupted softly, almost melodically, despite her worn state. If they use that damn stone again, we might never think again. Kale frowned. What stone? A magical tool, Let explained, spitting with disdain. Dix uses it. A red gem that channels some kind of domination magic. It makes you feel like your mind is shutting down from the inside. You scream. You cry. And then, you obey. Some never recovered, Fear added, deeply saddened. Others, died resisting. Kale clenched his teeth. Anger bubbled in his chest. Why do they do this? Why so much suffering? They use us as catalysts to create magical artifacts, Let said, banging the metal bars with a disturbing rhythm. They use our bodies, our souls, our magic, everything. And if we don't serve them like that, they discard us. Cliff lowered his head in pain. And now that you're here, Let continued, eyes narrowing, they're probably wondering what you are. Because, well, he looked at Kale, you don't seem like a Zeno like us. Kale didn't answer immediately. He looked at his hands, his legs, the strange marks he'd had since waking in this world. No horns, no wings, no scales. But he wasn't completely human either. There was strength inside him, something sleeping, something he didn't yet understand. I don't know, he finally said, I don't know what I am. I only remember waking in this dungeon, and after days running and hiding, they caught me. I fell into a trap. Maybe you're a mistake, Let said, half joking, half serious. Or maybe one of their experiments, Fear suggested, her tone uneasy. Kale closed his eyes for a moment. The words pierced him like needles. What if he really was part of something he didn't understand? But he couldn't just stand by. Over the next few hours, Kale began to observe. Though his body was still weak, his mind stayed alert. He studied the guards, their numbers, patrols, moments when they were distracted or checking locks. He noticed some wore rings with runes that opened the cages. He also spotted cracks in the walls pulsing with magical energy, possible weak points. We're getting out of here, he told Cliff as night fell. I don't know how, but we will. Cliff responded with a soft guttural sound, like a comforting purr. Got a plan? Let asked quietly from his corner. An idea. But I need someone to distract a guard, someone with a loud voice. They all looked at Fear. She blinked slowly, as if accepting her role. I can scream. Really loud. Kale nodded. It was time. Steps approached, slow, dragging, routine. A subordinate of Dick's, one of the captors checking prisoners every few hours, walked with a bored air. He dragged his spear along the floor, producing a metallic screech, humming a rhythmless tune. Fear watched him come closer. She took a deep breath, spread her wings with a trembling motion, and lowered her head. The subordinate stopped in front of her cell, curious and annoyed. Sick again, bird brain. He mocked, stepping closer. You've got no right to complain. You should be grateful you're still alive. Fear lifted her gaze. Her eyes suddenly flashed with wild intensity. And she screamed. It wasn't just any scream. It was a piercing shriek, sharp as 1,000 shattered crystals, reverberating off the stone walls like a shockwave. The subordinate screamed in turn, clutching his ears as he dropped to his knees. His keys fell from his belt, jangling loudly among the cells. Now! Let shouted, seeing they were near Kale's cell. He stretched with all his might, but his arms were short. He barely managed to push the bunch of keys toward Kale's cell, but not close enough. Damn it! Kale roared, stretching his hand through the bars in vain. Sensing the critical moment, Cliff pressed his head against the bars. With effort and a low grunt, he slipped his beak between the cracks and caught the key's tip. Carefully, he tossed them to Kale, who caught them with tense, almost desperate reflexes. Thanks. He gasped, wasting no time. He inserted the key into the magical chains. A click, a slight burst of mana, and his wrists were finally free. The flow of energy coursed through his body again. He wasn't whole yet, but he felt something, awakening. He quickly opened his cell, then Let's, Fear's, and finally Cliff's. The Zenos began to gather, some still staggering. Kale, watch out! Let shouted. The wounded subordinate managed to stand. He was about to call reinforcements, but Kale was already running toward him. He rammed him with his shoulder in the stomach, knocked him down, and punched him in the face, leaving him unconscious. Come on, quick! Before more arrive. Suddenly, an arrow flew so fast that even with his sharp senses, Kale couldn't fully dodge it. It lodged in his left shoulder, spilling the little blood he had left. Steps and voices sounded. Several subordinates appeared in the corridor, armed and casting spells. Shadows lengthened beneath the torches. Kale was at the front, wounded but determined. Though unarmed and weak, he wouldn't give up now. It's now or never. Let shouted, grabbing a metal bar. But just as chaos seemed inevitable, a blast of rock and dust shook the side wall. A towering figure emerged from the debris cloud. Gross, his massive stone body and partially spread wings dominating the scene. Zenos, fall back! He roared. Beside him, Lyd spun both twin swords with brutal speed, his eyes blazing with fierce fury. Clear the way! He shouted, charging the enemies with a roar that made the skin crawl. What followed was a violent dance. Lyd moved like a whirlwind, his swords cutting wide arcs. His style was fierce yet fluid, a blend of dance and slaughter. He split a spear in two, disarmed another, and plunged one twin sword into a third's chest without pause. Gross, meanwhile, barely needed to move. With his huge stone fists, he crushed shields and torsos alike. His body was a living fortress, unstoppable, impenetrable. How did you escape? Gross demanded upon seeing Kale with the keys. We made it. Kale replied, but more are coming. Many more. Then there's no time, Lyd said, wiping blood from his sword with a spin. "Get them out of here," Gross ordered. But they didn't get far. The corridor shook. A deep, mocking laugh thundered through the cavern. What a touching scene. The figure that appeared needed no introduction. His armor was black with red engravings, his spear resting on his shoulder gleamed with contained hatred, and in the other hand, a staff topped with a red gem pulsed like a malevolent heart. Dix spat Lyd with disgust. "Nice plan for simple monsters," Dix said, laughing as he slowly advanced. "But the games are over." He raised his staff. The red stone shone intensely. And then everything changed. The Xenos began to scream. All of them. In unison. They writhed, kneeled, covered their ears. Some crashed into the walls. Others simply collapsed, trembling. Kale, unlike the others, felt nothing but fighting Dix in his current state would be suicide. Dix was just steps from level 5, Kale couldn't defeat him even at his best. "No." Lyd roared, trying to approach Dix, but his own legs gave way. "What do I do?" Kale murmured, looking around. Cliff banged his head against the wall. Let screamed. Fear cried. Gross lay on the ground, gasping. "What do I do?" Kale repeated, eyes wide, his heart pounding as if about to explode. Dix took another step. His smile was pure pleasure. "Well, you're still standing. Interesting. Show me what you're worth, Wonder Boy. Make me feel it was worth bringing you alive." And then, Kale thought one last time, is it over? Chapter 12, True Form. While all of that was unfolding underground, on the surface, Lefia and Riveria stood in front of the hidden door on the floor where Kale had fallen. The magical mark still glowed faintly around the frame, but no spell, technique, or tool could force it open. Come on, Lefia muttered desperately, attempting another unlocking spell that fizzled uselessly in the air. Riveria stood in calm silence, watching her. She had already tried everything, tracing magical signals, pouring mana into the doorframe, even attempting to detect Dix's energy, but the place Kale had fallen into was cloaked by a barrier so dark and powerful that even her deep connection to mana was completely severed. "We can't stay here. If we keep wasting magic without a plan, we'll only drain ourselves," Riveria said finally, her voice a mix of resignation and firm resolve. "We must return to Rivera. Once the others arrive, we can try again properly. I don't want to give up." Lefia shouted, clenching her fists as tears welled in her eyes. "I can't even help the one who saved my life. I can't even save him. I'm useless." Riveria stepped forward and placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Her gaze softened. "Lefia, true strength isn't never failing. It's knowing when to ask for help. We all depend on others at some point. Finn and the others are on their way. Once they reach the 18th floor, we'll have a real chance." Riveria's words, soft yet grounded in experience, made Lefia lower her head. She took a deep breath. Dwelling in guilt would serve no purpose now. "You're right. Let's go. And when the time comes, I won't fail." The two turned and began their way back to Rivera with renewed determination. Far below, in the depths, Kale remained with the Xenos, their strength still suppressed by Dix's staff. The dark energy emanating from it was oppressive, draining them, slowly erasing hope of escape. Kale could barely move. His breathing grew heavier with each passing moment. Rage and helplessness swirled in his mind. He didn't know what else he could do. Until, from above, two figures descended like falling stars, brutal and fast. Yud and Ranyi burst onto the battlefield like meteors, driven by desperation and fury. Ranyi struck with precision, slashing Dix's chest with one of her claws, opening a deep wound that made him howl in pain and rage. Yud tried to restrain him from behind, but the staff glowed once more, and a shockwave blasted them both backward, slamming them to the ground. Insects. Dix bellowed, completely unhinged. Without warning, he spun and delivered a devastating kick to Ron Yi, hurling her through the air like a rag doll. Kale moved without thinking. Instinct took over. He leapt, catching her just before she hit the ground. The impact drove them both into the corner of the room. Ron Yi landed on top of him, her breathing shallow, blood on her lips. Kale held her, tasting the iron in the air. That same blood stirred something dangerous inside him. A memory when he awakened his berserker ability, there was a strange requirement, something he didn't quite understand. But if his abilities in this world were subject to conditions, only one thing came to mind now. He had never tasted blood since waking up in that cave. He had never crossed that line, he hadn't dared. Until now. He looked at Ron Yi, her beautiful face twisted in pain, her breath faint, but she was still alive. "I'm sorry for this," he whispered, barely audible. Despite the pain, Ron Yi opened her eyes slightly. She heard the whisper. She didn't understand what Kale intended to do, but something in his voice, in his presence, calmed her. Kale leaned in, carefully, as if afraid to hurt her. He gently pressed his lips to her neck, letting his fangs sink in. It wasn't violent, or monstrous, only instinctive. And strangely intimate. Ron Yi's reaction was unexpected. The pain faded, replaced by a strange warmth that spread through her body. Her trembling hands found his back and held him, as if unwilling to let go. For a moment, time seemed to stop. After what felt like centuries, Kale slowly pulled away. It felt incredible. Kale didn't know if it was her blood, but nothing had ever tasted like it. He almost wanted more. But he knew it wasn't the time. His eyes glowed with a new, unnatural light. Ron Yi looked up at him, dazed, confused, and blushing. There was something in him that wasn't there before. He gently rested her against the wall and stood up. Dix, who had watched the entire scene with a twisted mix of disgust and fascination, didn't interfere. And what was that supposed to be? He mocked some kind of tragic romance act. But something in the air had shifted. Kale stood in silence, eyes locked on the enemy, or so it seemed. A screen flickered into existence in front of him. Glitched. Warped. Its edges crawled with static, its text broken and barely legible. Conditions met, unlocking passive skills, skill partially unlocked, true form, A, time limit, 10 o'clock minutes warning, host body will undergo forced hibernation post-transformation condition critical excessive use may be lethal. Kale didn't speak. He simply lowered his head, closed his eyes and let out the abominable darkness inside him, screaming to be released, allowing the transformation to begin. First, a black horn emerged from the right side of his skull. Then, his right eye turned pitch black, with a glowing, icy blue pupil almost spectral. From his back, a black wing unfurled, slow and deliberate. A long, thin tail with a curved, razor-like tip sprouted from his waist. Strands of his black hair turned bone white, like freshly fallen snow. His aura shifted. No longer the weak echo of despair it had been moments ago, but something else. Something ancient. Pure darkness. Sealed power. Curse and blessing intertwined. For the first time, Dix took a step back. No smirk. The energy now emanating from Kale was thick. Oppressive. The magical flames around the prison flickered, as if the room itself trembled. Kale stepped forward. Silent. Resolute. Dix gripped his staff tightly and swallowed. Another distorted screen appeared to Kale's left. 9 minutes and 59 seconds the countdown had begun. The final battle, the real one, had just started. Chapter 13, Breaking Point. There were no clear thoughts. There was no strategy. There was no doubt. Only an instinctive, brutal, and absolute need to finish Dix. Kale was no longer fully aware of his surroundings. His mind was a whirlwind of distorted emotions. Fragmented memories, bloody images, the metallic taste of fresh blood still on his lips. It was all chaos. But amidst that darkness, one truth remained steadfast as a rock: he had to hurry and finish Dix. And fast. 9:45. With his form unleashed, his body seemed to dance between realities. Every movement was a perfect fusion of instinct and unleashed power. A pair of long black claws replaced his hands, making his appearance even more intimidating than it already was. Dix, however, was not defenseless. His face no longer showed contempt or pride, but pure panic. Although his tongue still tried to spit out insults and threats, his body trembled. He had faced many enemies. He had made countless beings suffer. But he had never felt this. It wasn't power that emanated from Kale, it was something worse. It was a type of presence he had never felt before. As if death itself had decided to walk among the living to claim his soul. 9:05. Don't come any closer. Don't you dare. He shouted, pointing his staff at Kale. But Kale not only didn't stop, he accelerated. He attacked with fury, with precision, with rage. Each impact of his claws resonated like thunder in the dungeon. Dix retreated step by step, cursing, defending, trying to react, but he was overwhelmed. Only able to use his right hand, which held his spear, he could barely deflect the blows. Each collision forced him to retreat, each evasion was a miracle. 8:15. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Dix shouted, on the verge of collapse. And then, knowing he couldn't hold out much longer, desperate, he dropped the staff and activated his secret ability: partial control over the structure of the dungeon itself. The ground trembled. The walls deformed, creating stairs, walls, tunnels. A door materialized between the rocks, emitting an unnatural glow. Dix lunged towards it, narrowly avoiding a descending slash from Kale that shattered the floor where he had been a second before. The door closed behind him, immovable. Indestructible. Dix panted, leaning on his knees, feeling something close to relief for the first time. Though injured by Ranyi and forced to flee, he had managed to get out alive. He could regroup. He could rally his subordinates. Set an ambush. He smiled. He mocked the silence that surrounded him. But then, when he turned around, his instincts, those that had kept him alive for so many years, screamed with all their might. He rolled on the ground, just in time to avoid a black claw that cut through the air like a guillotine. The impact cracked part of the tunnel wall where Dix had been. When he stood up, panting, he looked ahead. And froze. There was Kale. Right in front of him. Unscathed. No sign of fatigue. With that same inhuman gaze. Cold. Silent. Thirsty for blood, or vengeance. How did you cross the door? Dix roared, his voice broken by fear. He looked back. The door was still intact. Not a single scratch. No sign of entry. Kale did not respond. He just looked at him. And that look said everything he needed to know, as if a god were looking at an ant. 6:25. Dix, trembling with rage and humiliation, grabbed his spear with both hands. Now, without the staff to hinder him, he took a stance, pointing his spear at Kale. His spear was long and black, forged with the bones of a lesser dragon. In common hands, it was heavy and cumbersome. But Dix was a master of the spear. His technique was lethal. And with it, he would fight with all his might. Don't get arrogant, worm. He roared, launching his attack. The dungeon changed around them again. Moving walls, rising platforms, collapsing ceilings. It was a living labyrinth. And in the midst of it, the two warriors fought. 5:27. It was a relentless battle, blood flowed, wounds became more frequent. Sparks flew with each clash of weapons. Claws against spear. Darkness against darkness. Dix summoned traps, curtains of magical fire, spikes that rose from the ground, illusions that distorted perception. But Kale cut, broke, ignored the pain. He was like a killing machine, unstoppable. 3:45 at one point, Kale was partially impaled in the shoulder. The pain would be unbearable for anyone. But he didn't stop. He used the spear itself as a leverage point to deliver a devastating punch, shattering Dix's ribs. 123 But the battle was not eternal. Dix, from overusing his eye, the cursed artifact that allowed him to control the dungeon, began to bleed. His vision blurred. The very structure of his creation began to collapse uncontrollably. A tunnel collapsed under their feet. Before they knew it, they both fell. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing but darkness, wind, and stone. And then, the impact was brutal. Kale and Dix fell onto a huge platform of smooth, slippery stone, made slick by the water falling ceaselessly from large suspended waterfalls. There were no visible walls. Only floating canals, eroded marble pillars, and ancient submerged structures. A hidden city underground, silent, mystical, almost sacred. The Water City. A place well known to adventurers, located between floors 25 and 27 of the dungeon. But that didn't matter to them. As they looked around, they both noticed it. No exit routes. No enemies around. Just the two of them. They both stood up heavily, as if the weight of the previous battle held them to the ground. Kale was the first. Although he had no visible open wounds, his regeneration was at maximum capacity, his body was fractured. Black cracks spread across his skin, his wing, his horn. As if he were about to collapse. His left eye, the only one retaining his original features, was red, bleeding, completely bloodshot from the internal pressure. His breathing was erratic, almost as if each exhalation pained him. In front of him, Dix leaned on his spear. The weapon had fallen to his side, almost out of mercy. He was as damaged as Kale. His clothes torn, his body covered in bruises and lacerations. His right leg trembled. One of his arms hung limp, but he still had the will to hold his weapon with the other. There were no more taunts on his face. Only a stubborn and trembling determination not to die there. And then the counter appeared. Floating between them. 0010, a simple number. But each second was a sentence. A countdown to the end. Kale didn't look at it. He didn't need to. He felt it, like an inner voice. It was now or never. Dix, looking at him as if understanding what he was thinking, also prepared himself. There was no room for more maneuvers. There would be no escape. 00090008 They both began to move. Water splashed under their steps. 0007 Each one ran towards the other, unprotected, without hesitation. 00060005 The ancient structures resonated with each footstep, as if the entire place shuddered at their resolve. 0004 Kale raised his right arm, claws ready, aiming for the center of Dix's body. 0003 Dix raised his spear, aiming for Kale's heart. 0002 The distance between them no longer existed. And then, just as they were one step away, Dix screamed with all his might, spitting out a mix of fury, pride, and defiance. "Don't fuck with me. As if I'm going to die by a worm like you." 0001 Kale did not respond. He just kept advancing. Without fear. Without doubts. Midnight, and then, the world froze. The water suspended in the air. The ripples from their steps stopped. The weapons about to collide. Both bodies tense. Both gazes locked on each other. A final pair of distorted screens appeared between them, floating in the air. Time limit reached, forced deactivation of ability, and there they remained. Frozen. In a silence that threatened to consume everything. Everything had been said. Everything had been done. All that was left to know, was who would claim the next second. Chapter 14, Dead of Life and the Arrival. Ranyi's point of view. Everything was a whirlwind. One that began the moment that boy changed. I could still feel the effects of his bite on my neck. It had been quick, almost gentle. But what it caused was immediate, as if the storm of pain, anger, and despair that had consumed me suddenly vanished. My body had been on the verge of collapse, exhausted by Dix's damn staff, which was draining our strength. But when his lips touched my skin, something changed. A strange warmth spread through my veins, numbing the pain, calming the burning in my muscles. And then I saw him. That being human? Monster? I no longer knew what to call him stood before us. Transformed. There was no precise word to describe him. It was like looking at a creature from another dimension. A cross between something divine and something cursed. His tall figure, with black claws shining like living obsidian, his black wing stretched to one side, his curved horn as if it wanted to pierce the sky, everything about him radiated power. His face was no longer fully human, but not monstrous either. He was different. Beautiful. And terrifying. My eyes couldn't look away from him. Neither could anyone else's. Lyd was speechless. Let swallowed nervously, visibly trembling. Even Gross, always cold, seemed uncomfortable. But the most unsettling thing was how he defended us. He moved between us and Dix as if it were natural. Every attack Dix launched was met with instinctive precision. And although he said no words, every movement spoke louder than any scream. You will not touch them. And he didn't. Kale struck like a living shadow, forcing Dix to retreat. Then, in the middle of the fight, something unexpected happened. Dix, trying to deflect one of Kale's attacks, moved his staff clumsily and dropped it. It hit the ground with a hollow sound. And then, as if a rope inside us had snapped, the suffering ceased. The connection of the staff to our minds broke. The air stopped squeezing our lungs. The tense muscles relaxed. Some Zenos collapsed immediately, fainting from exhaustion. Only a few of us remained standing. Gross, Lyd, Let, Ode, Cliff, and me. And we were barely holding on. Ode fell to his knees, coughing up blood. Let leaned against the wall, gasping. Cliff was panting as if he hadn't breathed for centuries. I felt my heart pounding in my throat, my head, my limbs. But I held steady. The boy continued advancing. And Dix was losing control. With a mix of fury and desperation, he lifted the glasses he always wore and revealed his eyes. Both were a deep red, but the left one shone brighter, much brighter. A D-shaped symbol lit up there with blinding intensity. And then, everything changed. The area where they fought began to twist as if the dungeon itself was alive. Walls rose, the floor folded, passages appeared where there had been none. And then, without warning, a door opened in the wall closest to Dix. A dark, unstable door. Wait, damn it! Lyd shouted furiously, staggering forward. Where are you going, coward? Dix didn't respond. He didn't have time. He just escaped. His footsteps echoed, and at the last moment, when Kale was about to sink his claws into him, they just grazed him, by a few damn centimeters. And he was gone. The door closed behind him. The boy stayed there, motionless, in front of the door now closed where Dix had disappeared. Gross and Lyd were already prepared to destroy it when an event that left us breathless. He simply lifted one of his claws. Not violently, but calmly. And a dark stain appeared in the center of the door. A circular, pulsating vortex, large enough for him to pass through. And so he did. Without saying a word. Without looking back. Without hesitation. He vanished into the shadow. A second later, the dark stain closed up, as if it had never been there. We all stood silent. Stunned. We didn't know what to say. What to think. What to feel. Lyd looked at Gross, clearly expecting an order. Gross, still staring at the empty wall, didn't speak immediately. But finally, he stood up slowly. "We must get out of here," he said gravely. "Who knows what will happen if Dix returns? We have to take advantage of the time that boy is giving us." I looked at him, and so did Cliff. We couldn't believe what we were hearing. "What do you mean? We can't leave him. He saved us," I exclaimed. Gross looked at me seriously. "Are you willing to risk everyone for one person? We only have one key. If you go after them, we could end up surrounded by Dix's subordinates, or worse. What if he has more tools like that?" he said, pointing to the cane that Let was about to break. A second after, without hesitation, he broke it against the floor, destroying the red gem in 1,000 pieces. But I ignored that, too busy thinking about what Gross said. His words hit me like a bucket of cold water. Not because he was wrong, but because he was right. But that didn't make it easier to accept. I bit my lip hard, lowering my head. I clenched my fists, frustrated, helpless. Cliff approached and gently laid one of his wings over my head. He couldn't speak, but his gesture was clear. "Thank you," I whispered, stroking his feather. Lyd didn't seem willing to leave either. It showed in his expression. He wanted to do something. Go after that boy, help him, repay the debt we all owed him. But in the end, he sighed. "You've heard the leader, Xenos, move out." We started moving. There was no other choice. Those of us conscious helped lift the fallen. We carried them on our backs, dragged the heaviest, did everything we could not to lose anyone. But deep in my mind, he was still there. That boy. That boy who protected us without knowing us. Who when fell jumped to protect me. Who bit my neck, not to harm me, but to relieve me. I remembered the exact moment. The slight touch. The prick. And then, absolute relief. I felt his breath, I felt his intention. It was not domination, nor control. It was protection. As if he wanted to share his strength with me. And now, he was alone. I didn't know if he was winning. I didn't know if he was still alive. I could only pray. With every step I took down the corridors, I felt his absence like an echo. And at the end, as we ran toward the exit, I allowed myself one wish. A silent, desperate prayer: "Please, don't die." The artificial sun of the 18th floor began to set behind the mountains, tinting the sky with orange and purple hues. Rivero was on high alert. The villagers murmured among themselves, their voices filled with concern and curiosity. "Have you heard? The elite of the Loki Familia has come to protect us. They say they're among the strongest in Orario." "Nonsense, the strongest are the adventurers of the Freya Familia. SHH. Here they come." A group of figures appeared at the entrance of the makeshift camp. First, a small framed man with an imposing presence. Findium, the captain of the Loki Familia. His calculating gaze and firm posture demonstrated his leadership. Then, a tall and muscular man with a beard and a large axe on his back. Gareth Landrock, the dwarf warrior. His presence exuded security and strength. Behind him, a young man with silver hair and golden eyes, wearing a jacket billowing in the wind. Betloga, the werewolf. His arrogant attitude and challenging gaze did not go unnoticed. Next to him, two women with an Amazonian appearance, both twins but with notable differences. Shinhiriot, the elder, with a serious look and a proud posture. Antiona Hiriot, the younger, with a wide smile and an energy that could be contagious. Finally, closing the group, a young woman with golden hair and golden eyes. Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess. Her presence was imposing, and her ethereal beauty left everyone breathless. The murmurs among the villagers increased. "It's her. The Sword Princess. She's so beautiful. Did you know she rejected 1,000 marriage proposals? Bet is so cool. I wish he'd make me his child. Finn is so handsome. Do you think he'll notice me?" The group ignored the whispers, already accustomed to such things, as they made their way to the tent where Riveria and Lefia were waiting. As the Loki Familia approached the tent, the Amazonian twins, Shin and Tiona Hiriot, walked slightly behind. Shin, with her serious gaze and upright posture, observed the surroundings attentively. Tiona, on the other hand, walked with a wide smile, her contagious energy lighting up the atmosphere. Shin broke the silence with a deep but soft voice. "What do you think happened for Riveria to send that report making us rush down here?" Tiona, still smiling, replied. "Who knows? She's incredibly strong. Although, it's always good to have a bit of extra help, I suppose." Shin nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Don't relax. If she called us, it's because this is serious, we must be prepared for the worst." Tiona frowned, understanding the gravity of the situation. "You're right. But with all of us together, we can face it." Ace Wallenstein, walking silently a few steps behind, listened to every word of the conversation. Her expression was impassive, but her eyes reflected total concentration. Although she didn't participate in the talk, she was completely attentive to every detail. Upon reaching the tent, the group was greeted by Riveria and Lefia. Finn, the captain of the Loki Familia, quickly took command. "Riveria, we've received your report. How is the situation in Rivera? We need to know everything that has happened." Riveria nodded and began recounting the events. "Rivera was under attack. We've managed to control most of the situation, but something doesn't add up. The culprit seems to be Dix. The attack methods are very similar to those he's used against us before: monster waves, bombs in key locations, attacks aimed at novices and innocents. His name is all over this. I sent Lefia to investigate an area with erratic mana in the northern part of the floor before the attack began, but it turned out to be a trap. If a hooded man hadn't intervened, Lefia could have been seriously injured, or worse." As they listened to everything that had happened, the strongest members of the Loki Familia couldn't help but feel their blood boil upon hearing how their young companion had been in great danger, though some hid it better than others. Riveria continued. "Then the hooded man fell into a trap, which was likely set by one of Dix's subordinates. This subordinate was trying to lead some novice adventurers into a trap to end their lives. The hooded man intervened and ended up falling in their place. The trap is door-shaped and located on the floor of a cave near a waterfall to the east of the floor. After the hooded man fell into the trap, an unknown figure appeared, of which we only know had red eyes and was very strong, managing to decapitate Dix's subordinate with a single blow. The novice adventurers were knocked out before they could see more of the figure that saved them. When everything calmed down, we headed to the location where it all happened, and although we found the door, we couldn't open it by any method. The atmosphere in the tent was tense, but the arrival of the elite of the Loki Familia brought with it a sense of hope. Together, they knew they could face any challenge that came their way." Chapter 15, Meeting. "We've arrived." Riveria's voice floated through the dimness like a solemn echo. Her words weren't an announcement, but a statement. In front of her, at the heart of the silent cave, lay the door where Kale had fallen. The place remained exactly as they had left it, but a different energy filled the air, denser, heavier, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Her eyes, always serene, now gleamed with a mix of determination and caution. Before her, the Gnosis door stretched across the ground like a scar, a perfectly carved threshold, too clean and too precise to be the work of the dungeon's natural chaos. Gareth, the veteran dwarven warrior, was the first to approach. His footsteps echoed loudly on the ground, firm as he was. He knelt before the door and extended his thick fingers, touching the surface of the material with the reverence of a craftsman recognizing the masterpiece of another. "This," he murmured, "this is orichalcum. No doubt about it." Such a firm declaration was rare, especially from someone as seasoned as him. His voice, usually steady and confident, now carried a tinge of awe. The others approached cautiously. Bet sniffed the air, restless. The Amazon twins exchanged glances, more serious than usual. Leffia clutched her staff tightly. Ace remained silent, her gaze fixed on the door as if she could already see what lay beyond. Finn stepped forward and frowned, catching the tone in Garrett's voice. "How is this possible?" he asked, scrutinizing the metallic surface. Gareth could only shake his head. Even a dwarven expert with countless years of experience had never seen anything like this. Gareth pointed at the floor with his jaw. "Not just the door. Look at the floor. Pure adamantite. No fractures, no imperfections. This was crafted with a level of precision not seen since the ancient days of Daedalus. Breaking this would be like trying to split a mountain with a kitchen knife. And let's not forget the black stone that covers everything," Riveria added, brushing her fingers along the floor around the door. "Obsidian soldier. Suppresses magic. Look, I'm no more powerful than a novice. Whoever built this, it was made to withstand anything. Then nothing, there's no way through." Bet growled, frustrated, his ears twitching with tension. Finn fell silent for a moment. His eyes were fixed on the door, analyzing every angle, every centimeter, as if expecting it to speak to him. Finally, he said, "Let's wait." The group obeyed. The cave filled with a tense silence, broken only by shallow breathing. Then, as if in silent response, a faint tremor ran through the floor. Gareth's eyes widened more than usual. "What was that?" "That wasn't a normal quake," Riveria murmured, closing her eyes to concentrate. "It's not the dungeon, it's something beyond this door. It's reacting." A second tremor, stronger, forced them to brace themselves. Small rocks tumbled from the cracks above. The torches flickered. "The dungeon's shaking," Shin exclaimed. "It's like something's moving down there." Tiona shouted. Bet stepped back, uneasy. "I don't like this. None of this." Finn, until now composed, frowned, and placed his left hand on his chest. "My thumb," he said quietly. "What?" asked Riveria. "My left thumb, it's trembling like crazy." He held up his hand, the thumb visibly shaking from an erratic spasm. "It always happens when I'm close to a decision that will change everything. I feel it in my bones." The shaking intensified for a second, rattling even the sturdiest pillars of the structure, then stopped abruptly. A deathly silence fell, followed by a sense of emptiness, as if the world had exhaled in unison. "Now," said Gareth with renewed resolve, "shall we try? Whatever this is, it won't open itself." He prepared to strike. Raising his fists, he was ready to throw flesh against stone, even knowing his bones might not survive the impact. But just then, a metallic sound sliced through the tension like a blade. Instinctively, everyone raised their weapons and turned toward the source, the door. A click. Then another. And then, with a soft vibration, the door began to open. Not by external force but as if it had lost its will. "It's opening on its own," whispered Tiona. Riveria nodded with narrowed eyes. "Not entirely, something happened. The mechanism suddenly lost power. The gears turned with perfect mechanical precision. No creaks, no rust. It was technology far too advanced to be buried underground, yet it seemed something had severely weakened it. As the door fully opened, they saw it. Darkness. Absolute and complete. "Then let's go," Gareth said without hesitation. "There's no turning back. Let's find out what's on the other side." Everyone looked at each other, then nodded a silent vote of agreement. One by one, the members of the Loki familia jumped in. There was no hesitation. No questioning. Their mission was clear: find Dix, uncover the purpose of the attack on Rivera, and seal the mysterious door if needed. At any cost. Bet went next, leaping with a growl. The Amazons followed, as if diving from a cliff into a dark river. Leffy Ya was next, whispering to herself, "Here I go." Finn looked back one last time. Then, without another word, he stepped into the darkness. Riveria took a deep breath, feeling her magic weaken as she neared the threshold. She jumped next. Only Ace remained. The blonde swordswoman stared at the door with calm eyes. Her face was serene, but her mind was a sea of thoughts. She turned for a moment, looking back down the hallway they had come from. One last look at the known world, at normalcy, at safety. Then, without a word, she stepped forward and jumped. Her figure shrank as she descended, slowly swallowed by the dark. There was no sound, no impact, no light. Only the blackness of Knossos closing behind her. And with that, the group vanished. Into the belly of the artificial labyrinth. Into the unknown. Where only secrets dwelled, and something that would change how they thought in ways they never imagined. The cold darkness of Knossos enveloped the Xenos as they advanced through the halls of the artificial labyrinth. Gross and Lyd led the group with firm steps, followed closely by Ranyi, Ode, Cliff, and Let, helping the Xenos most affected by Dix's staff. "We're almost there. Don't give up," shouted Lyd, his voice strong, trying to infuse hope into his group. Despite the fatigue and pain, his words resonated in the Xenos' hearts. Turning a corner, the group stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a massive corridor, hundreds of meters long and at least a dozen wide. But that wasn't what stunned them. Just dozens of meters ahead stood a group of unknown people. Finn was at the front, flanked by Riveria and Gareth. Behind them were Ace, Bet, Shin, Tiona, and Leffy Ya. The visual impact was immediate. The Xenos stared at the adventurers with caution, all senses screaming to flee, imagining them as Dix's subordinates. In turn, the Loki familia stared at the Xenos creatures not only not attacking but seemingly helping other monsters, something unheard of. What is this?" murmured Riveria, unable to comprehend the scene before her eyes. She had never seen anything like it. Finn, even with all his experience and cunning, wasn't in a better position. "They're not attacking, they're helping each other." Gareth frowned. "Something's very wrong here. Their behavior, it's strange, to say the least." Shin and Tiona exchanged looks. "Should we attack?" asked Shin. "I don't know," Finn replied. "There's no hostility. But we must be ready for anything. This isn't something we've ever seen." Ace, with a cold gaze that could freeze anyone's blood, didn't hesitate. She drew her sword, desperate, from its sheath. Immediately, the Xenos went into high alert at Ace's actions. Her eyes burned with absolute hatred, but their greater concern was Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, whose oppressive aura eclipsed everyone else. "What now?" Let asked, looking at Gross. Instead of Gross, Lyd answered calmly while glancing at him. "I have a plan. On my signal, get behind me." Gross looked at him for a few seconds before nodding. Silence took hold of the corridor. Both groups stared at each other, the tension thick in the air. No one moved. No one spoke. It was a standoff without weapons, a battle of wills. At last, Ace broke the silence. With sword in hand, she stepped forward. "Ariel!" she shouted, her voice filled with determination and barely contained hatred. Without warning, she activated her unique magic, Ariel, and unleashed a devastating, rapid attack toward the Xenos. Her sword shone with blinding light as it cut through the air. The Xenos, surprised by the sudden aggression, barely had time to react. "LYD, hyper-focused," shouted now. Gross moved between Ace and the rest, ready to assist LYD if needed. "Orario!" shouted Bet, charging with fury and an arrogant grin, following closely behind Ace, who was just meters from reaching LYD and the others. Finn, analyzing the situation, gave a quick command. "Everyone, get ready, combat is starting." Tension peaked. The Zenos would fight for survival. LYD stood at the front, followed closely by Gross. Ranyi's gaze promised pain to anyone who tried to hurt her people. Ode and Let flanked the group, ready to give everything before falling. Cliff stayed near the still weak Zenos, his posture declaring he'd die before letting any be harmed. They faced the strongest members of the Loki familia. The odds were not in their favor. But just as battle seemed inevitable, a loud crash echoed down the hall. The Gnosis door, which the Zenos had nearly passed through, began to close. "What's happening?" Tiona yelled, running toward the door. "It's closing." Riveria shouted they activated something. Seeing this, Ace pushed Ariel harder, her insane speed increasing further. She was about to reach LYD, but at that moment, the door slammed shut, and the full force of her attack crashed into it. The impact's vibration still echoed in the air. The dent in the door glimmered under the magical torchlight, a testament to the devastating power Ace had unleashed. Finn quickly stepped forward, a mix of focus and confusion on his face. He stared at the sealed door, tension still in his shoulders, and his thumb continued to tremble. Coincidence? No, it wasn't a coincidence, Riveria said gravely. That door responded to them, and they knew it would close. They had a method to control it. You mean those monsters had the intelligence to do something like that? Gareth asked, frowning. This is unheard of, Riveria replied, genuine confusion flashing in her eyes. Impossible. Ace remained silent. Her expression unchanged, but her breathing was erratic. Her gaze stayed locked on the door where the Zenos had vanished. Lefia tried to speak to her, but she didn't seem to hear. On the other side of the door, the Zenos had barely made it in time. The echo of Ace's blow reverberated like the roar of a caged beast. That was way too close, Ranyi whispered, checking the youngest of the group. Gross exhaled, muscles still taut. That blonde girl really wanted us dead. She seemed to hate us more than normal. Let approached LYD, concerned. You okay? I'm fine, thank you. I'm glad we got the key to this labyrinth. If luck had turned against us, we'd be done for. Cliff, eyes still fixed on the door, just shook his head. They were used to reactions like that. Ranyi continued. You see? Dreaming of peace with the surface dwellers is pointless. To them, we'll never stop being monsters. A bitter silence fell over the Zenos. Let's move, we can't waste time, Gross, ever the leader, ordered. We'll take another path. The exits close. Once we're out, we won't have to worry about being caught. The Zenos regrouped and continued down a tunnel, inching closer to freedom. Gross spoke softly, almost as if not wanting to be heard. No matter how far we run. No matter how deep we hide. Sooner or later, the adventurers will catch up. LYD looked ahead, where a faint light began to glow at the tunnel's end. Then when they do, we need to be ready. Not to fight, but to show them we're not what they fear. With those words full of hope, the Zenos finally emerged from the artificial labyrinth. They tasted freedom again. After so much struggle, after so much pain, they had saved their own, and that was worth celebrating. As they moved farther from Dix's labyrinth, Ranyi stopped. She looked back one last time at the entrance, a swirl of emotions in her eyes. Letting out a soft sigh, she turned and followed the group before they left her behind. Chapter 16, Answers. A heavy silence still hung in the air. The door through which those monsters had disappeared continued to tremble from Ace's attack, but it remained firmly shut. Finn kept his gaze fixed on the metallic surface, his left thumb still trembling. Riveria stood beside him, tense, her eyes scanning every possible clue. Leffy Ya was breathing heavily, visibly shaken by the strangeness of what had just occurred. Ace remained silent, the edge of her sword still raised against the door, eyes fixed on the floor, but her expression was distant. "They got away," murmured Bet, breaking the silence. His tone wasn't mocking, just bottled up frustration. Finn let out a slow, quiet sigh. "There's nothing we can do now. They're gone. And I'm not chasing ghosts in a darkness we don't even understand." Gareth crossed his arms. "So we go back?" Finn shook his head. "No. This place, as strange as it is, still holds too many unanswered questions. What we saw, those monsters helping each other, their behavior, none of it makes sense." "What are you thinking?" Riveria asked cautiously. "That if we don't find answers here, we won't find them anywhere." With those words, the group decided to keep exploring the strange place. The rooms felt endless. Unlike the dungeon's usual floors, the design was more angular, artificial. The walls were made of materials so rare and hard to find on the surface, it felt like a dream. The doors looked more like mechanical works of art than simple defensive structures. Yet, the monster's trail had vanished. When they tried to turn back, they only found another locked door. Except for the one the monsters had escaped through, the rest were strangely open, as if they'd lost the will to keep hiding secrets. They passed through several massive chambers and entered a large hall where black stone columns rose like needles. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of rapid footsteps. 3 figures, at the far end of the corridor, spotted the Loki familia and instantly turned to flee. "Stop!" shouted Finn, stepping forward. The figures sped up. "Tisk! No way!" Bet growled, crouching like a beast before shooting forward with blinding speed. The Amazons reacted instantly. Shin lunged forward, while Tiona flanked from the side. In seconds, the 3 enemies were slammed to the ground, immobilized with brutal precision. "Let me go! Bastards!" one of them screamed, panicked. The woman who seemed to be in charge, tall, dark-skinned, with braided hair, tried to break free, but Shin pressed her down harder with her knee. "Let me guess," said Riveria, watching their futile escape attempts. "You're Dix's subordinates, right?" "No doubt about it," Leffy Ya added coldly, though her voice trembled slightly. "Speak. What was Dix trying to achieve by attacking Rivera?" Finn demanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Don't even think of lying. Do it, and you die. Refuse to talk, and you die too." The woman swallowed hard, realizing there was no way out. Finally, she began to speak, with the other 2 behind her lowering their heads. "The original plan was simple: take out the elves from the Loki familia. Dix ordered us to surround Rivera from different angles, creating distractions to isolate the little one." She glanced at Leffy Ya from her guardian. Silence fell over the group. I was the one who placed the bait to separate her from the group. If we caught her or managed to kill her, we could make 9 hell." Riveria, lower her guard and fall into a trap we'd already prepared. "Then, if everything went well, we would destroy Rivera and seriously damage your familia's reputation." A surge of energy pulsed through the air. Bet growled like a real beast, his muscles swelling as if ready to pounce at any moment. The Amazon stopped smiling. Even Ace lifted her head slightly, her eyes cold as steel. Leffy Ya lowered her gaze, gripping her staff tightly. "You were close," she murmured, her voice trembling with restrained emotion. Riveria stepped forward, her energy flowing like a silent threat. "And then, what changed?" Finn asked, his calm dangerously sharp. The woman hesitated, but continued. "When everything seemed to be going according to plan, Dix contacted us. He said the plan had changed. We had to return to Knossos to intercept something, or someone. A phenomenon, he called it. A being that had been eluding us for some time. We don't know much about it, only that it had taken refuge on floor 18. Leffy Ya's head shot up, connecting the dots. A being. She whispered, a man in a cloak. Everyone looked at her. It must have been, the one who saved me, back in the forest, when that monster ambushed us. I thought he was just an adventurer who happened to be nearby. But now. I understand. He wasn't. The woman nodded slowly. Yes. That was him. The entire plan was changed to capture him. Everything. Even the trap meant for 9 Hell was used to ensure he wouldn't escape. Initially, the idea was to lure him with a few rookies, then surround him with a handful of people, and that was it. But Dix suddenly changed everything. And you caught him, didn't you? Gareth asked. Yes, we caught him. But, she looked away because of that, there weren't enough people left to protect the artifacts drawing monsters to Rivera. Without a backup plan, it all went to waste. Dix was furious. Finn narrowed his eyes. Just recently, we had a run-in with monsters that seemed to possess intelligence. What do you know about them? Ah, one of the subordinates said, a young man with a dirty face and a blank expression. So they escaped. They're known as Xenos. They're dungeon monsters, but unlike normal ones, these have consciousness. They think, and some even speak. We captured them. Captured them for what? Tiona asked seriously. For experiments, he answered like it was obvious. We tortured them. Tore off their limbs. Implanted gems, or turned them into living weapons if they survived. Tisk. Bet clicked his tongue, kicking a stone in fury. He never liked that kind of thing, even if it involved monsters. That's why, those monsters were helping others, Leffy Ya said, understanding now. They were rescuing their own. They were saving their kind, Riveria added, her voice tense but steady. Finn took a deep breath, his mind a storm after the revelation, but he knew there were more pressing matters at hand. And this place? What exactly is it? The woman hesitated, then finally replied. It's known as Knossos. A man-made labyrinth created by the great Daedalus and maintained by his bloodline. Dix is, the last of his line. He has full control of this place. We only know certain areas. We don't even know its full size. Only Dix knows. Gareth scratched his beard, worried. A labyrinth, built by man? With orichalcum and adamantite scattered everywhere. And that he can fully control at will, Riveria added. That explains many things, and raises even more questions. The group fell into a sort of silent reflection. Each of them processing the truth in their own way. So, there are monsters that can think, Shin murmured. And speak, Tiona added, her expression showing even she could hardly believe it. Bet growled. That doesn't change the fact they're still monsters. Do you really believe that? Finn asked, glancing sideways at the wolf. Bet didn't respond. His furrowed brow and the way he avoided everyone's eyes said more than any words could. But it was Ace who stood out the most. She hadn't said a single word the entire time. Her sword still hung in her hand, her eyes fixed on the ground, lifeless. Leffy Ya watched her, worried. Ace, she tried to say something, but stopped. Finn took a deep breath, finishing processing everything. Now, it was time to return to their main mission. Where is Dix now? We don't know, one of the men replied, still looking down. We lost contact with him. The last time we saw him, he ordered us to monitor the situation in Rivera. But when we returned, everything was empty. Just signs of a massive battle where most of the Xenos we had captured had been. Then we felt a strong tremor and all the doors Dix had once kept sealed and protected in Knossos suddenly opened. We tried to flee, sensing something was wrong, but on our way out, we ran into you. I see. Seeing Finn was done, Riveria raised her staff, invoking her magic. A restriction spell began to wrap the subordinates' hands in a green glow. Handle them, Bet, she ordered, without even glancing at the wolf. Don't let them escape. Tisk. I know, he replied, stepping into position, watchful. We'll split up, Finn commanded. There are still areas left to explore. This place hides more secrets than we expected, and we can't afford to ignore them. But be careful, retreat if things go wrong. With their orders given and Dix's subordinates secured, the group split into 2 units. The teams split up, each taking one of the many branching paths. Finn led one group, while Riveria and Gareth took charge of the other. Ace walked in silence at the rear of Finn's unit. Leffy Ya followed closely behind, stealing glances at her, unable to shake the growing concern tightening in her chest. They moved through wide corridors that opened into massive halls, where the echoes of their footsteps rang out with an unsettling clarity. The oppressive silence of Knossos was broken only by their own presence. The architecture remained consistent, straight angles, perfect geometry, and materials impossible to classify. The walls shimmered faintly, as if infused with minerals unseen on the surface, and strange runes pulsed dimly in the torchlight. Many of the doors were open, as if inviting them in, yet there was something deeply unsettling about them. Like bait. They soon noticed the pattern. The larger, seemingly less important rooms were the ones unlocked. Places that perhaps once served as storage, outdated laboratories, or chambers for failed projects. But the important rooms, the ones protected by thick adamantite walls, etched with glowing, powerful runes, remained firmly sealed. Nothing could open them, not Riveria's spells, nor Ace's blade. It was as if Knossos itself had chosen what to reveal, and what to hide. They discovered dozens of strange rooms, some littered with broken tubes, scattered scrolls, and remnants of forgotten documents. Others were filled with shattered crystals and destroyed cages, the walls stained in ways that made Leffy Ya's stomach churn. More and more signs pointed to the Xenos, shackles too small for a normal monster, worn chains with strange symbols carved into them, diagrams drawn in black stone depicting anatomies that didn't belong to any known creature. This place, murmured Finn, running his fingers over grooves carved into a wall, was more than just a hideout. It was a testing ground. They entered a large chamber at the end of one hallway. The air there was heavier, denser. The torchlight flickered unnaturally, and the shadows clung to the corners as if alive. Rows of monsters, common, unintelligent ones, were chained to the walls and floor. Their bodies trembled, muscles swollen from magical enhancement, eyes dull. Broken. One suddenly roared and lunged forward with such force that it nearly snapped its chains. Finn didn't hesitate. Kill them. Ace stepped forward without a word. Her sword sliced through the air with elegant precision. Leffy Ya followed with a magical blast aimed at a troll thrashing in the back. Tiona Enchon descended like a storm. In a matter of minutes, it was over. The chamber fell silent again. Only their heavy breathing and the soft drip of blood remained. They pressed onward. Room after room brought only more questions. One chamber still held glowing magical circles, drawn in what appeared to be dried blood. Another was filled with broken cloaks and helmets, stained dark, the uniforms of those who had served under Dix. And still, not a single sign of Dix himself. By the time the teams regrouped, they had explored nearly every passage Knossos had allowed them to. All the main hallways, secondary chambers, and accessible laboratories had been searched. Only a few wings remained, sealed behind impenetrable wards. The group returned not with clear answers but with heavier hearts. Gareth approached Finn, shaking his head, worry etched into his features. Some of those doors didn't even react to Riveria's strongest spells. It's like the dungeon rejected us. It does, Riveria said softly. It's alive, in its own way. We're only seeing what it wants us to see. Her words left a tense silence in the air. The group gathered in a massive central hall, perhaps once a command chamber. Finn stepped forward. He turned slowly, meeting each of their eyes. His face was calm, but those who knew him well could see the storm behind his blue eyes. "We've seen enough." He raised his voice, clear and firm. "Yes, there are still answers hidden here. But more importantly, now we know what this place Knossos truly is. We know what Dix Perdix was doing. We know about the Xenos." He looked to Riveria. Then to Gareth. Then to the rest of the group. "This information changes everything." No one objected. They all felt it, that invisible, crushing shift. As if the very ground they had walked on their whole lives no longer existed. Loki needs to know. The guild needs to know. The existence of Knossos, the Xenos, the experiments. If we hide this, we become no better than those who buried it before us. He turned one last time toward a corridor lined with sealed doors. "We'll come back. But not until we're ready to tear this place down to its roots." Then he faced his familia. "We return to the surface. Now." As they ascended through the paths they had cleared before, leaving behind the stone and metal labyrinth, Knossos fell silent once more. A dense, lingering quiet that followed them, watched them. The strange heart of the dungeon still pulsed deep below. Secrets remained. Horrors remained. But the Loki familia no longer walked in ignorance. They carried the truth now. The seed had already been planted. And in the middle of the group, walking with her head down, Ace still hadn't said a single word. She had passed no judgment. She had offered no opinion. But in her golden eyes, something had changed. But the most shocking thing was the emotional imprint left behind. The common sense they had carried for years, decades, had begun to shift. Where they once believed monsters were soulless enemies, devoid of intelligence or emotion, now, they had to adapt to the idea that some only wanted to survive. The seed of doubt had been planted. And in the silence, as they walked, Ace still kept her gaze lowered. She hadn't said a word. Hadn't passed judgment. But in her golden eyes, something had changed. An echo resonated within her. One she didn't fully understand. If they can think, are they still monsters? Chapter 17, The Price of Victory. Silence. Not just any silence, but an absolute one where even the echo of water seemed to have been silenced out of respect. Somewhere deep within the water palace, located in the bowels of the Dunguian, everything had come to a halt. And there, in the center of a stone platform, under the faint light filtering through the place, were two figures. Two fates intertwined by fury, blood, and a promise neither had wanted to make, but both knew they had to keep. Kale, and Dix. Kale was standing. Or at least, a shadow of what he once was. His skin, once radiant with a whiteness that shone with vigor and power, was now ash. His entire body seemed to have squeezed out every last drop of its strength. Gaunt. Emaciated. Consumed by a power that had taken everything from him, and now left him empty. The cracks that ran through his body, those that once glowed with energy, were now dark. Black. Silent. They didn't bleed. Not because they weren't deep enough, but because there was no blood left to spill. His most striking marks, the ones that had made Kale a creature of another world, faded like ash in the wind. His horn no longer crowned his head. His wing was gone. His tail, once a symbol of his monstrous transformation, no longer existed. There were no traces. As if they had never been a part of him. Like parts of a bad dream. His hair, which had once been streaked with white, was completely black again. His right eye, once transformed into something more majestic, had returned to its original state. And yet, the echoes of what he had absorbed upon awakening in this world persisted. His ears, once long and majestic, were slightly pointed again. Rough, dull scales adorned parts of his neck and forearms, as before. Those ranks that had disappeared upon his transformation, as if a blemish on something perfect, returned exactly where they had been before. But none of that mattered as much as the spear. A black spear with a carmine edge like old blood pierced his chest from the left side. Direct, cruel, and merciless. Where his heart rested, the tip protruded from his back. The wound didn't bleed, but that didn't make it any less chilling. And yet, Kale didn't look at the spear. His gaze wasn't on his wound, his chest, or his decaying body. It was fixed on the man in front of him. Dix's body still maintained the posture with which he had attacked. His spear had been the one to pierce Kale, but he, too, looked elsewhere. From the elbow down, Kale's arm was buried in Dix's abdomen, piercing him completely. And Dix knew what that meant. Blood began to flow. Slow at first, then abundantly. It stained his clothes, the floor, the air. His eyes, red from pressure and exhaustion, were glazed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood that stained the floor and fell onto his chest. Kale didn't say a word. He couldn't. His face was a statue of contained horror, an expression frozen between disbelief and shock. The world no longer seemed real. Only that connection between them, the spear in his chest, and his hand in Dix's body. A few moments passed. Maybe centuries. Dix lowered his gaze, spat more blood, and let out a soft laugh. Barely a whisper between gasps. Then he raised his eyes and looked directly into Kale's. With a broken voice, but with that arrogance that never left him, he said, "You'll never be better than this." The words struck Kale like a bolt of lightning. And then, Dix fell too. His body collapsed to the side, his back hitting the wet floor of the platform, and his blood spread like a stain of shame around his body. Kale felt how his arm was released, bathed in warm blood. His hand trembled, his fingers still elongated like claws. Kale didn't say anything. He couldn't. He just looked at Dix's lifeless body. Then his hand. Red. Trembling. Unfamiliar. A whisper of guilt began to make its way into his chest. It didn't shout. It just felt inevitable. Like a tide. Like a sentence that was closing in on him. And for a second, for just an instant, he wished he had never awakened that power. But he couldn't keep lamenting. Because then, a pair of screens appeared in front of him. Distorted. Flickering. Almost as if they were about to collapse. Skill completely deactivated. Time until hibernation begins, 0030, 30 seconds. Then, the floor shook. No. Not the floor. The entire damn place. Kale knew in an instant. Gnosis. The great artificial labyrinth that defied logic and common sense. An impenetrable wall that had existed for hundreds of years, was weeping. And its lament was pure fury. The tremor was the roar of a bodiless god, of a hidden titan who had just lost the last of his sacred lineage. Daedalus. His blood no longer flowed in anyone's veins. And Gnosis, like a fatherless child, responded with destruction. The waters surrounding where Kale was, which until a moment ago were sacred, silent as a submerged temple, turned violent. Chaotic. Bestial. They began to dance without rhythm, as if they had a life of their own and rebelled against the sky. The ceiling, the immense dome that rose like an aquatic cathedral. It cracked. First, a fissure. Then, 1,000 more. And finally, the collapse. The rocks. Giant. Ancient. Some as large as houses. They fell like meteors, with the fury of centuries compressed into an instant. One of them, as black as night, was heading straight for where Kale was. Kale could barely take a step back. The movement was clumsy, dragging. His foot scraped the wet stone of the platform, and his body leaned as if a breeze would be enough to knock him down. A sharp crack ran through his torso. It wasn't bones breaking, but his internal structure shattering, like a statue that doesn't know it's broken until it falls. The spear was still there, piercing his chest like a cruel reminder of its presence, and of what he had done. He wanted to pull it out. He wanted to scream. He wanted to breathe, and feel alive. But he couldn't do anything. Not now. His body reacted. Not by will, but by instinct. By pure need to stay alive even if every breath was torture. He jumped to the side. The impact shook the entire place. The spear moved inside his chest, and a jolt of pain ran down his spine. But he survived. Barely. Other rocks began to hit the platform, as if the artificial labyrinth wanted to erase all trace of what had happened there. The stone beneath his feet cracked. The waters, once calm, now attacked him like faceless beasts. Kale, gasping, with trembling arms and blurred vision, tried to stand up. Every movement caused terrible pain. His nails scratched the wet floor. He wanted to try to reach a corner. Any place still standing. But then, he felt it. A shadow. A thread suspended in the air. He looked up. And saw it. A colossal rock. Suspended right above him. Stopped only by the whim of time. And then it fell. He jumped. With the last of his strength. With a scream that didn't escape his throat. He managed to dodge it. Yes. But the shockwave was too much. The floor broke under his feet. His body was launched into the void. Without wings. Without a horn. Without magic. Just him. And his punishment. He fell. The fall wasn't eternal. But it seemed that way. The waters received him without mercy. The impact was like hitting marble. His ribs protested. The spear drove in deeper. And the world turned blue. Dark. Cold. Silent. His body no longer responded to him. His mind was a fog. And then 001000090008 a new screen floated in front of his eyes. Small. Cruel. Like a sentence read aloud before the end. Kale didn't know if he could drown. He didn't know if his body could still die like a human after everything that had happened, after how he was still alive despite the spear that pierced his heart. He didn't know how long this so-called hibernation would last. But he knew something. He knew it with painful certainty. He was in the Dunguian. And in the Dunguian, time does not forgive. Nor do monsters wait. Even if his body didn't need air to breathe. He wouldn't be conscious to defend himself. He wouldn't be awake to run. He was alone. Completely alone. 00050004 his vision was a whirlpool. He could feel the blood that didn't flow. The wounds that didn't hurt because there was nothing left to feel. The weight of his decisions. The blood on his hand. The spear in his chest. And Dix's voice, echoing like a spectral echo. You'll never be better than this. 0003 and in that instant, something inside Kale broke. Not a bone. Not an organ. Something deeper. 0002 the water enveloped him. The darkness embraced him. The echo of the waves, of the tremors, of Narcissus' roar, faded away. 0001 and in his mind, the only thought that managed to form. A whisper. A drowned thought. Is this how it all ends, huh? Midnight and then, the world went dark. Kale's consciousness faded like the final breath of a dying star, and in the abyss of unconsciousness, he saw nothing. He felt nothing. He couldn't see how the waters around him, waters that until then had been content to drag him deeper into the frozen depths, began to stir once more, not with fury, but with a kind of hesitation. As if someone was entering its domain. A ripple. Almost imperceptible. Then another. The darkness surrounding Kale remained still. Until it didn't. Far above, beyond the veil of broken stones and debris falling toward Kale like a form of divine punishment, something moved. A shadow. Small, but fast, so fast it was only a blur beneath the water. It slipped through the water in total silence, dodging colossal stones as if it knew exactly where they would fall. Nothing stopped it. Nothing touched it. Kale was already near the bottom, adrift, motionless. The spear still embedded in his chest. A statue of failure. And still, the shadow drew closer. Without hesitation. Without wasted movement. Until, just for a brief moment, the waters calmed once again. The next rock, descending with deadly intent, struck nothing but the dungeon floor. Because she had arrived first. The shadow now holding Kale in her arms. Closer now. Clearer. She had form humanoid, or something like it. But before her shape could be fully revealed she moved. A thought, a sigh, an impossible motion, and as quickly as she had come, she was gone, Kale still in her arms, unconscious. Kale didn't move. He couldn't. Hibernation in progress, remaining time, unknown. His skin was even paler now. The cracks in his body remained. His body was trying to preserve what little it had left. But even in his unconscious state, his fingers twitched just once as if reaching for something. Or remembering something. The figure noticed the small movement, but without stopping, tilted her head slightly, like a creature contemplating a puzzle yet unsolved. Then, with no further motion from Kale, the figure continued her silent journey until they reached their destination. A small cave hidden in a corner of the 25th floor, so well concealed that reaching it by normal means was nearly impossible. Chapter 18, Echoes beneath the surface. The sound was the first thing Kale felt. Distant, hazy, laughter. Children's laughter. Then, the smell. Fresh grass, clean wind. Kale slowly opened his eyes. He blinked a few times. He was sitting on a warm wooden bench beneath him. Around him, a peaceful park, bathed in the golden light of a perfect sunset that made his eyes sting a little. In the distance, among the trees, the children's laughter mixed with the clumsy steps of those playing without a care. And yet, there was something. Something that didn't fit. What was I doing? His voice was barely a whisper on his own lips. He looked at his hands. They were clean. No cracks. No blood. No spear. Only his distorted reflection on the metallic gleam of a nearby public clock. Hair slightly tousled by the wind, his eyes lighter than he remembered. Where am I? He tried to cling to an image, a concrete memory. But it was like trying to hold smoke between his fingers. Something important. Something crucial. But it slipped away. Until a voice was heard. Kale. Still trying to remember whatever was escaping him, he didn't look up. The voice was feminine. Young. But distorted, like coming through water. Kale, the voice spoke again, more insistent this time. Kale brought a hand to his head, the dizziness growing. I was Kale. The shout shook him like thunder. His heart skipped a beat. In front of him, standing, was a girl. He couldn't see her face, as if a mist covered it where it should be. But what he could see, was her smile, warm, wide, immense, unbreakable. And her hair, long and white as snow, fell down her back. Moo. Kale, don't ignore me. Kale blinked. Suddenly, without knowing how, he was standing in front of her. He was talking, trying to calm her, as if his body remembered a forgotten routine. As if these words had been spoken many times before. I'm sorry, he said without thinking. I didn't mean to, you know I get lost in my thoughts sometimes. She puffed her cheeks. At this rate, you'll never get a girlfriend before graduation, you know. Kale didn't take long to reply with a whisper that was almost pitiful. Almost. Who needs one anyway? Fine. I forgive you, but you owe me ice cream. Hurry up, if I get there before you, it'll be 2. With that, she spun on her heels and ran off, leaving the park, crossing the street without looking back. Kale followed her with an unconscious smile. That girl made him feel a warmth he didn't fully understand. As if part of him had always loved her. And yet, he didn't know who she was, or couldn't remember. Wait. Don't run so. Then, the horn. Loud. Unexpected. Imminent. Kale turned his face slightly. Middle of the street. A truck. Speeding. No time to stop. No time to dodge. The world seemed to freeze. But Kale, in slow motion, turned to look ahead again, at the figure in front of him. The girl. Still standing, looking at him. Smiling. That smile. Still warm, but it was immense. Bigger than it should be. Inhuman. Maddened. Kale felt a chill crawl down his spine. And then, the figure's lips moved. See you soon, my dot. The last word vanished. As if torn from the world. And then, the sound. Breaks. Screams. Impact. And then. Darkness. He woke with a gasp. His entire body was trembling, soaked in cold sweat. He was in a small cave. Around him, the sound of dripping, of water breathing in the distance. A dim light entered from somewhere above, reflected in the waters. Kale brought a hand to his head, feeling a sharp pain. Was it a dream? He tried to move. His body responded naturally. Not broken. Not injured. That's when he saw it. In the other corner of the cave, solitary, the black spear, Dix's spear. Kale recognized it instantly. As if its mere presence echoed in his chest. And then, everything came back to him. The battle. The fall. Gnosis enraged. Dix's body, bleeding, eyes lifeless. You'll never be more than this. His body began to shake. Air escaped his lungs uncontrollably. He clutched his throat, tried to vomit, but nothing came out. Only dry heaving and bitter saliva. He deserved it, he caused so much pain. I had to. I had to. But his words were hollow. Then, his gaze dropped to his hand. No cracks. What quickly, he brought his hand to his chest. It can't be. No wound. His heart still there, beating, weak but present. What the hell? But suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, he felt a presence. A gaze. Faint, barely perceptible, but strangely familiar. He turned slightly toward the water's surface. Nothing. But he knew that feeling. He had felt it before. Like on floor 18. He remembered. Every time he bathed in the waterfall, something watched him. Never did anything. Just watched, and after a few seconds, disappeared. But now, it didn't seem to be hiding. Not entirely, at least. Kale turned to face forward again, but this time, he didn't ignore the feeling. You saved me, didn't you? He said aloud, with his back to the water. You also healed my wounds. Thank you. I wouldn't have survived long down there. Silence. Then, not hearing a reply, he slowly turned his head. And saw her. Peeking from the water, a young woman watched him. Her face soft, with delicate features. On one side of her head, a sort of decorative pink shell. Her indigo blue skin shimmered with moisture, and her jade-colored eyes glowed with a mix of shyness and curiosity. Instead of ears, she had cute little fins. Her hair was long, emerald blue, floating like silk in the water. Both remained silent. Kale murmured, almost without thinking. Beautiful. The girl blushed. Her cheeks tinted a deeper blue. A moment later, she vanished beneath the water with a splash. No, wait. I didn't mean to. He quickly approached the edge of the platform and knelt down, searching for her silhouette underwater. Nothing. He sighed, lowering his head. I blew it. But when he opened his eyes, she was there again. Watching him from the water, just inches away. Then, without warning, she reached out and hugged him around the neck, pulling him into the water. Kale instinctively closed his eyes, holding his breath. When he opened them, they were floating. Suspended in the water, the girl clinging to his neck, with a pure, innocent expression. She wasn't pressed against him, but even so, the moment felt intimate. Kale looked down. The girl had a mermaid's body from the waist down. A powerful and elegant fin moved gracefully. And in that moment, he remembered. You're Marie, the mermaid. A Xenos. One who had helped the protagonist of this world more times than he could count. But then he noticed something else. Marie was almost naked. Covered only with small shells in key areas. Kale gulped. He hadn't been breathing. And then, as if nerves triggered his body, he started swallowing water. Marie's eyes widened, then she giggled softly. Her laughter, bubbly and melodic. She hugged him again, this time tenderly, and brought him to the surface. Kale emerged coughing and gasping, climbing back to the edge. I almost drowned again. When he recovered, he looked at her. Marie was there, leaning on the cave floor, smiling as brightly as the water. Thanks again. For saving me. I don't know what would have happened if not for you. Marie didn't reply. She just smiled more. Kale felt his heart skip a beat. That smile should be illegal. Trying to break the tension, he spoke. Do you have a name? Can you speak? Marie tilted her head, thoughtful. Marie can speak, a little. Her voice was soft, almost a song. Kale smiled slightly. My name is Kale, Kale Draven. Marie, having understood it was his name, tried to say it but failed hilariously. Queel. No, not Queel, Kale, look, like this. Kael. Keel. God, this is going to take longer than I thought. After some practice, Marie managed to pronounce it properly barely. Kale. Yes, that's it. Finally, you got it, Marie. Well done, let's leave the surname for another time. Kale, sensing that his last name would be a whole new challenge for the poor mermaid with a slight communication issue, wisely postponed it. Marie, now delighted she could say his name, kept repeating it joyfully. Kale. 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 Cute, she's so. He didn't want to finish that thought. So, Marie, how did you find me? Was it a coincidence? Kale pulled the dangerously adorable mermaid from her bliss with a question he'd had for a while. Marie, listens. Marie feels water. I guess she means she felt the fight and when I fell into the water, huh? Indeed, Marie, sensing the commotion near her usual hiding place, came out to investigate, where she saw Kale pushed by a massive rock into the chaotic waters of the floor. Were you, the one watching me at the waterfall? When Kale asked, Marie looked away, shy, her cheeks turning even bluer. Marie wanted to see who was where she likes to be. But Kale scared Marie. Kale chuckled softly. I see. The conversation continued. Kale asked about the cave, his body. And finally, how did you heal me? Marie didn't quite understand the question. She frowned and, as if realizing, bit her finger, causing a drop of scarlet blood to fall. But before she could explain anything, Kale smelled it, and something in his body changed. His eyes locked onto the finger. His nose moved by instinct. His hand, gentle yet firm, took Marie's. He brought the bleeding finger to his lips and licked the blood. Marie froze. Her face turned a deep navy blue. Kale tasted the blood as if it were the finest wine of the century. Then slap. Not hard, but firm. A small smack, louder than it should have been. Marie's soft, delicate palm had landed on Kale's left cheek. Not aggressive or hurt, more like a desperate, timid, embarrassed gesture. Her face, usually hidden under a serene expression, now glowed dark blue, and her jade eyes were wide. And then, like water was her natural shield, Marie sank. Not disappearing completely, just retreating. Her long, emerald blue hair rippled as she submerged, leaving only the top of her head and her eyes visible above the surface of the underground lagoon. Kale blinked, still feeling the faint tingle on his cheek. But quickly came to his senses. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." He spoke immediately, raising both hands in peace, his voice full of genuine remorse. "I didn't mean to. I don't know what came over me." Marie didn't answer. Instead, she puffed her cheeks underwater. The gesture made her look like a pouting child. Then, with a soft blub, she began releasing small bubbles from her nose. They floated lazily to the surface, popping with almost ridiculous sounds. Kale stared. Is she making angry bubbles? He thought, perplexed and amused. He scratched the back of his neck, sighing. It must be her blood, he thought again. He looked at his palm. He still felt the warm echo of the taste on his tongue. It wasn't just the sweetness or the strange purity that intoxicated him. It was, as if, for a moment, he'd touched something beyond this world. Something that healed not just the body, but the soul. He remembered. Mermaid blood. They say it can restore lost limbs, cure incurable diseases. A single drop could save a life. And he tasted it like a delicacy. On a primitive impulse. Almost animal. I was hypnotized. He turned, sitting on the edge of the rock, looking at Marie with more respect than before. You healed me with your blood, didn't you? Marie barely raised her face above the water. Her eyes were softer now, less shy. She nodded gently, her long emerald hair floating in delicate waves around her. A small smile appeared on her lips. Barely a gesture, but warm. Her anger faded. That smile should be very illegal. Kale relaxed a bit. But now he felt a different discomfort. Guilt. He looked down, avoiding those eyes that seemed to look straight into his soul. Don't look at me like that, makes me want to. He stopped before his thoughts turned dangerous. He took a breath, trying to calm down. Is there anything you want in return? He asked, voice softer than any since he awoke in this world. It was the least he could offer after she saved him. Marie stopped smiling. Her eyes flickered, as if the question touched her deeply. Her body stiffened slightly. Her tail tensed beneath the water. For a moment, Kale thought she wouldn't answer. But then, her voice came, weaker than before. Monster, chases. Marie. Those broken, clumsy words brought a sudden chill to the cave. Kale frowned. A monster? Marie lowered her gaze. Nodded. Her body trembled. And then, the final piece of the puzzle clicked. The moss huge. He remembered. An aberration among monsters. One that devoured magic stones, grew and mutated. That thought. That hunted. And that never forgot the taste of blood that strengthened it. Marie had caught its attention. That bastard. Kale clenched his fists. He would not allow that creature to keep living. Not if it kept stalking someone as innocent as Marie. Listen to me, he said firmly, placing a hand on the stone. I'm going to find it. And I'm going to kill it. I promise you. Marie remained silent, her gaze lowered. Whatever was in her eyes couldn't be seen. For several seconds, the water was the only thing that moved. Then, her body trembled. But not out of fear. It was excitement. And before Kale could even react, she jumped. A burst of water, a blue and green blur shot in his direction. Marie burst from the water with powerful momentum, her tail slapping the water's surface hard. Her body flew through the air like a comet. Kale barely had time to blink before feeling the impact. Wham! Kale! The shout was pure joy. Marie clung to him, wrapping both arms around his neck, her still wet tail smacking against his back. Kale nearly fell backward, his face already completely red, as the little girl literally curled up around him as if he were a giant stuffed animal. Wait, wait, wait. He yelled as if assaulted by a lightning bolt of cuteness and chaos. Personal space. Marie, you're too close. Way too close. Put something on. A towel. A leaf, anything. Marie said nothing. She just laughed softly, rubbing her head against the space on his neck below Kale's face as if trying to memorize his warmth. This is not normal. Kale complained, his arms stiff at his sides, unable to push her away without feeling like he was sinning against divinity itself. It's not fair that you're so soft. And warm. And. Kale froze. Marie only laughed harder. And Kale, defeated, let himself fall backward, his wet body softly crashing against the damp stone. Marie, still clinging to his neck, didn't move an inch. For a moment, the cave was silent. Their breathing mixed with the echo of the water. And Kale, after all the chaos, after all his broken hopes, the battles, Dix's death, smiled. It was a fragile smile. Sincere. A piece of light in the darkness of his soul. Marie noticed the smile. And, silently, rested her chin on his chest, looking at him with those eyes that knew no malice. Kale murmured, unable to stop himself. I don't deserve you. Marie just looked at him, not understanding. And maybe, that was for the best. That she didn't understand how broken he was. How full of cracks his soul was. But even so. Marie smiled. And that, for now, was enough. Chapter 19, Beneath the water, above the pane the soft bluish light filtering through the cracks in the rocky ceiling was the first thing he noticed. Kale opened his eyes slowly, his breathing still heavy from sleep. For a few seconds, he simply gazed at the small stalactites and natural cracks adorning the cave ceiling. The sound of dripping water in the distance filled the silent cave with a calm rhythm, and the atmosphere was permeated with the damp, clean scent of living rock. But a few moments later, a strange warmth on his chest caught his attention. As he looked down, his entire body tensed. There, deeply asleep, with a peaceful expression and a slight smile on her lips, lay Marie. Her soft breath caressed his skin, and her arms wrapped around his torso as if clutching a treasure. Kale froze. Literally. What is she doing on top of me, he thought, his face burning red up to his ears. Each second felt like an eternity, his heart pounding as he tried not to make any sudden movements. With an almost painful slowness, he moved his hand to Marie's back, trying to loosen her grip to shift her without waking her. But the moment he tried to move her, Marie furrowed her brow. And squeezed her arms tighter. Yeah? No, no, no. Kale tried again, even more gently this time. Her furrow deepened. Marie let out a soft whine, like a child having her favorite blanket taken away. This can't be happening. If she wakes up like this, she's going to kill me from embarrassment, he thought in desperation. And as if the universe was mocking him, in that exact moment, many Kale also decided to wake up early. No, no, no. Now is not the time for that. Focus, idiot. But before he could come up with a solution, he felt a slight movement on his chest. Marie was waking up. With a soft sigh, she stretched slowly over him, tightening her embrace even more as she made a small, dreamy, sweet sound, as if she'd just had the best dream of her life. Kale lost his breath. Because this time, Marie was wearing nothing. Nothing. Not even her shells. What? But what? Kale's brain collapsed for a second. His thoughts turned to mist. The sight before him was dangerous, very dangerous. His entire body froze. He couldn't move. He didn't want to move. Marie, still half asleep, slowly opened her green eyes, still clouded by sleep. When she saw Kale, a small smile blossomed on her lips. Without a word, she leaned toward him, seeking an embrace. Kale panicked. Without thinking, he ripped off the shirt he was still wearing. Though it was torn and dirty, it could still cover something, and clumsily placed it over Marie's body. She looked at him, confused, while he gasped at how quickly he'd had to move. Marie, as if nothing had happened, returned his embrace tenderly. "Good morning." Marie slept very well, she murmured in that soft, musical voice of hers. Kale felt his soul leaving his body. "Marie, why were you, without your shells, on top of me?" Marie looked at him with those always innocent eyes, tilting her head. "Kale is warm. Marie likes it. And Marie doesn't like sleeping with her shells. They leave marks on Marie if she sleeps with them." Kale fell silent. Processing. Fighting with every fiber of his being not to combust spontaneously. Her logic, it's devastatingly simple. Not wanting to think more about it, he slowly got up just in time before someone else could greet her, lifting Marie in the process as if she were a princess. She didn't resist. She just rested her head on his chest while wrapping her arms around his neck. Kale walked toward the water, placed her gently on the surface, and let her glide into it. All right. I'll let you go this time. But go put on your shells. You shouldn't be showing your body to anyone, Marie." Kale tried to scold her gently, something that clearly didn't work. Marie looked at him as if she didn't understand. Kale is the only one who has seen Marie without her shells. Kale turned all shades of red. Does she realize what she's saying? Coughing quickly to change the subject, he tried to speak more calmly. Anyway, put them on quickly. Yesterday you told me you wanted to show me some things, right? If you change fast, we can go." At that, Marie's eyes lit up with excitement. With a big smile, she dove in quickly. Seconds later, she emerged. This time wearing her shells, though she still wore Kale's torn shirt. He, however, was now shirtless. Kale sighed. "It's worth it if it keeps me from seeing so much." Marie raised one hand, clearly wanting Kale to take her. Without hesitation, Kale gently took it, and the mermaid pulled him into the water. When Kale opened his eyes underwater, he saw Marie looking back at him with a sweet smile. Then she started moving, pulling him by the hand she held intertwined with his. "I should feel happy not needing to breathe. I guess," Kale thought as he sensed no need for air, while ignoring the darker thoughts swirling at the back of his mind. Marie guided him along a hidden route, crossing several areas and passing many spots. After swimming for a while, they arrived at a cave hidden among the rocks. Inside was a small area where the water reached just above their knees, allowing Kale to speak again. Marie led him to a spot in the cave where there was a fascinating collection of objects: rusty necklaces, broken utensils, old clothes, and a shattered mirror. "Did you find all this by yourself?" Kale asked, observing everything with curiosity and a hint of awe. Marie nodded happily, her posture clearly proud. as if shouting praise me. Kale simply looked at her amused. Marie showed him each object in her small collection, telling him in a simple but charming way how she had found them. Laughing, pointing, speaking in her broken language that became more fluid with each word she said. But then, as she held a small broken pearl necklace, her expression changed. Her smile vanished. Her gaze became melancholic. Kale quickly noticed. "Marie, what's wrong?" She hesitated. Then spoke slowly. "Monster," followed Marie. "Found Marie's home. Marie had to escape. Couldn't take things, many stayed there." Kale realized that must be why Marie used to stay on floor 25, though he remembered her living somewhere on floor 27. He whispered softly, "I see." Understanding what happened, he approached and hugged her, strong but gentle. "It's okay. Everything will be fine. We'll get them back. I promised to help you, right? Trust me. You are not alone." Marie, looking slightly dazed by the sudden hug, then, without holding back, hugged him back, her smile full of tears. A different kind of smile. More intense. More pure. After hearing more of Marie's stories about her objects, Kale found among them a black shirt of roughly his size, and a well-preserved black cloak with grey borders. Seeing his interest, Marie quickly offered them to him. Kale, though he didn't feel cold likely due to one of this body's many constitutions, still didn't want to go bare-chested. He accepted and put both garments on. When he finished, Marie applauded. "Kale looks handsome." Kale looked away, uncomfortable. But he couldn't help smiling. After that little moment, Marie began asking him questions about the surface world. Kale, with his blurry memories, tried to answer as best he could. He spoke of the sky, birds, Orario, the smell of rain on city streets. Marie listened with bright eyes, taking in every word as if they were legends from another universe. At a certain point, Kale decided to teach her new words: earth, clothes, walk, family. Each attempt from Marie was clumsy, adorable, and rewarding. They both laughed when she messed up, and celebrated each small success with applause and smiles. But not everything was peaceful. Every now and then, Kale would see something. A reflection. A flash. Dicks in the water. In the broken mirror. In his mind. Though he tried to ignore it, the guilt tormented him. After a moment of silence, he decided to tell Marie that he'd been feeling down for a while. Everything. Since he woke in this world, he didn't try to justify what he did, or so he wanted to believe. That he killed. That he lost control. When he finished, there was a small silence between them. He expected rejection. Fear. Abandonment. But Marie, quietly, placed her hand on his chest, right where his heart still beat. Marie believes? Kale is a good person. Kale only wanted to help. Kale is never mean to Marie. Marie believes in Kale. Upon hearing those clumsily said words, Kale felt a knot in his throat. He said nothing. He let himself slump forward, nearly resting his forehead on her chest. Marie responded by gently hugging him, pressing his head softly. No more words were needed. Their presence was enough. A few hours later, after they finished playing with Marie's things, they decided to return to the main cave. But when Marie led the way, holding his hand, something happened. Marie stopped suddenly. Kale looked at her, confused. She was trembling. Her face, usually bright and smiling, was now pale and terrified. Before he could ask why, Kale sensed the shift. A pressure in the air. Dense. Oppressive. A presence. Chaotic. Monstrous. Then. Footsteps. Above them. On the ceiling. A monster, no, something worse. Marie froze. Kale, seeing her panic, hugged her from behind and covered her mouth. He managed to pull them both behind a nearby column. The footsteps drew closer. And just when it seemed they'd be discovered, the footsteps stopped right above them. Eternal seconds passed. Then, bit by bit, they receded. The pressure in the air faded. Kale exhaled a sigh of relief he didn't even realize he'd been holding. Moss huge, huh? Kale realized immediately if there was something Marie feared more than anything, it was that being that roamed the water palace searching for her. It was strong, very strong. In my current state I can only dream of wounding it before it kills me, Kale thought, frustration at his weakness in his eyes. But realizing this wasn't the time, he said. That doesn't matter now, first things first, let's get out of here, he said, looking at Marie, who although apparently fine, remained frozen. Kale tried to shake her gently. Nothing. He turned her around and looked into her eyes blank, as if her mind had fled when she sensed the monster. He tried shaking her again, harder this time, same result. And knowing it was useless to speak underwater, he didn't try. Seeing the situation and fearing the monster might return, he had only one option left. Kale closed his eyes, a second before surrendering to his decision. Fuck it, he thought, clenching his teeth as he leaned toward Marie. His face drew close to hers, slow but determined. His lips parted as if about to kiss her, but that was never his intention. At the last moment, Kale subtly shifted and, with controlled precision, sank his fangs into Marie's neck. If this doesn't work, slap me all you want later, just react, please, he begged mentally as his teeth pierced her soft, warm skin. But then, Kale's world turned red. Marie's scarlet blood flooded his mouth, sweet, warm, intoxicating. His mind began to blur into a dense fog of desire before he even realized it. What had begun as a desperate attempt to make her react, was morphing into something more primal. His hands, once firmly planted on Marie's shoulders, slid down to circle her neck. Embracing her. Holding her close as if he never wanted to let go. And Marie responded. The first sensation was pain. Brief. Sharp. But almost immediately, a wave of warmth coursed through her body, like an electric current shimmering beneath her skin. It was strange. And addictive. Without realizing why, her body responded on its own. One hand slipped to Kale's back, gripping him tightly, the other buried itself in his hair, as if afraid he'd pull away. Low, vulnerable, sweet moans escaped her lips. Their bodies began to sink slowly until they reached the floor of the cavern. Marie's back pressed gently against the rocky bed while Kale, still lost in the taste and power of her blood, remained over her. His lips stayed on her neck, drinking, almost in desperation. Marie didn't stop him. On the contrary, her hands pressed him closer. As if she didn't want him to stop. But bit by bit, the energy that once radiated from her began to fade. Her hands lost strength. Her once firm, warm body started to feel fragile, lighter. And Kale didn't notice. His mind stayed trapped in that haze. Until Kale. A soft voice, barely a whisper, slipped from Marie's lips. A fractured calling, laden with vulnerability and tenderness. Kale's eyes snapped open wide. His body froze. His mind jolted as if thrown back into reality. What was I doing, he thought in horror. Then he took it all in. The cavern floor, the still water around him. Marie's defenseless body beneath him, her face flushed and eyes dazed, her breathing erratic, those eyes, staring at him as if asking permission to go on. As if wanting more. Kale glanced at his body, and saw the signs. Where there once was emaciated skin clinging to bone, now there was muscle. Where he'd appeared as a malnourished teen, now he looked like a sculpted youth, carved by gods while he drank Marie's blood. But that didn't make him happy. Not at all. Oh no. His heart in his throat, he carefully gathered Marie in his arms like a broken treasure. In his mind, only one thought remained: get her somewhere safe. Protect her. Even from himself, if need be. But a new problem appeared. He wasn't a creature of the water. He had no tail. He couldn't swim as she did. She had always been the one dragging him with her speed, pulling him by the hand. And now, she was barely conscious. Kale cursed himself in silence. He didn't know what to do. How would they reach the cave in this state? Then he felt it. A tingling on his back. Something pulsing inside him. Something new. Powerful. It's true. I have wings. When he transformed after drinking some of Ranyi's blood, a small wing had appeared on his back. Tiny. Fragile. Decorative at best. But now, with his body overflowing with the blood he'd previously lacked, he knew this time would be different. Instinctively, he closed his eyes. Marie, barely conscious but dazed, watched him. With still blushed cheeks and trembling breath, she noticed something on Kale's back beginning to shift. Two black, majestic wings unfolded slowly, as if feeling the world for the first time. Kale opened his eyes. He looked at Marie, who stared in astonishment. He gave her a small smile. Then, with a powerful downbeat, they both shot through the water as if it didn't exist. His wings sliced through the liquid with impossible force. It was like flying in the sky, under the ocean. In seconds, they reached the cave. Upon landing on dry ground, Kale folded his wings and gently laid Marie on the floor. Her breathing was weak. Her life force faint, like a flame on the verge of going out. Kale was in a panic. He didn't know what to do. He'd never encountered anything like this. He didn't know how to return the energy he'd taken. He never bothered to do more than absorb. Suddenly, an idea struck Kale. If I can absorb energy, then I can give it back, right? Kale placed both hands on Marie's stomach. It was a reckless notion. Without precedent. But he didn't have time to doubt. He closed his eyes and focused. Inside him he felt two energies: an overwhelming darkness, like a bottomless pit in the center of his body, and a flickering white light near it. Marie's energy. The darkness was devouring it slowly. But as if sensing Kale's intention, the white light began rapidly flowing toward his hands and into Marie's body. At first, it was difficult. But then, the energy obeyed. A soft white glow began to emanate from Marie's body. The entire cave lit up with that gentle radiance. Kale felt the energy in Marie stabilize. The flame grew. Life returned. When he sensed the energy balanced, he opened his eyes. Marie lay with her eyes still closed, but her breathing was even. Her skin regained its color. Her body, her form, even seemed brighter. Alive. Almost as if, purified. But before Kale could process those thoughts, Marie's eyelids fluttered. Then they slowly opened. "Where am I?" she murmured, dazed, looking at the ceiling. Kale didn't even respond. He knelt beside her and hugged her tightly. "Marie, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't know. I didn't know what I would have done if I'd lost you. I'm so sorry." His body shook. His voice broke, as if he feared everything might vanish at any moment. When Marie heard that, her eyes glistened. She remembered. She remembered what happened. But more than that, she felt Kale. Trembling. Vulnerable. Scared. And she smiled. A little, tired smile, but with immense warmth. Slowly, she returned the hug. Marie forgives Kale. Marie could never be angry with Kale. Kale is the only one in the world who cares so much about Marie. So, Kale must stop trembling. Saying this, She released him slightly, just enough to cup his face in her hands. She looked him directly in the eyes with that radiant, pure smile that almost hurt. Kale is someone special to Marie. And without giving him time to respond, she drew his face to her chest and wrapped him in an embrace. Yes, Kale. Kale, his head against her chest, closed his eyes. His body still trembled faintly, but not with fear. He let out a small whisper yes. Marie smiled even more and gently stroked his hair, tenderly. And Kale, cradled by that warmth, could only think, for some reason, I just feel more guilty. Marie just kept smiling, as if she hadn't been about to die a few moments ago. Kale continued to feel guilty, but deep down I was also happy that in the end everything seemed to have gone well. They both remained clinging. Embraced. Feeling each other's presence. The warmth. The tranquility of the cave slowly returned, giving them a bit of peace in their hearts. Both with growing feelings for each other, which they would soon realize. But that's another story. Chapter 20, Skills and Feelings. Conditions met, skill partially unlocked, energy control. Kale blinked. It wasn't the first time one of those strange screens appeared. They came at key moments, and always appeared with that broken look, as if the system itself was on the verge of collapsing. This time, the notification had come when Marie, exhausted from everything that had happened, had fallen deeply asleep on his chest. He had wanted her to rest, to recover her energy, and was surprised to see the system react at that exact moment. The gentle warmth of Marie's body on his, her soft breathing, the light and familiar weight of her arms wrapped around him. Everything about that moment felt strangely calm, strangely perfect. Kale had considered going out to hunt some monsters, find some magic stones that might help Marie recover faster. But just when he tried to lay her down on the floor, trying not to wake her, he felt a tug on his shirt. Marie doesn't want you to go, she said softly, looking at him with those beautiful green eyes that, even in her state, shone with crushing honesty. Kale didn't stand a chance against that gaze. All right. And so, without a single trace of resistance, he ended up leaning against the cave wall, with Marie on top of him, her head resting on his chest, sleeping peacefully. She was even smiling in her sleep. With nothing better to do, Kale allowed himself to think. To reflect. To remember. About many things. About his broken system, for instance. He'd never put much thought into it. It only appeared when something important happened. Like a broken AI that barely functioned. But there was a pattern. Every time he unlocked a skill, the system would announce it with one of those glitched screens. And those abilities, they were all powerful. But something had been bothering him for a while. They were all, only partially unlocked. That unsettled him. He felt they were already absurdly overpowered as they were. And yet, the system seemed to suggest there was more. Something locked. Something he hadn't reached yet. It didn't help that most of the texts were full of errors, blank spaces, or meaningless symbols. But at least the names of the abilities hinted at their function. The first had been absorption. He got it after absorbing that goblin on the 5th floor. It was obvious. Absorb. Simple. But powerful. His main source of energy came from this skill. Though he had never tested its limits. Could he absorb anything? How much energy could he store in his body? And more importantly, were there consequences beyond the small traits he seemed to copy from the monsters he absorbed? The second was Berserk, B. That one had activated for the first time on the 17th floor, when he was on the verge of collapse. It was different. A wild and automatic force. Before he knew it, he had entered that state, his body moved on its own. Fast. Chaotic. Destructive. But also, out of control. He felt that in that state he wouldn't distinguish between friend or foe. Only blood. Only survival. And that side effect made it a dangerous option. It was a skill Kale promised himself not to use unless absolutely necessary. Then there was true form, He unlocked it the first time he drank blood. Not out of necessity, but by choice. And the result was terrifying. That transformation was different from Berserk, B. It wasn't a state of madness. It was elegance. Superiority. Power. As if another consciousness took over his body. A version of him that looked down on the world with disdain. As if everything and everyone were insects. He remembered every detail. Every action. Every movement. That version of him felt cold and insensitive, as if nothing mattered to it. As if it were detached from everything. And that terrified him. During the transformation, his body had only partially changed. One wing, one horn, a black eye with a blue pupil. Black claws with glowing blue edges. A long, thin tail. It was incomplete. A half-formed version of something greater. But the power was real. Dix, a peak level 4, had been nearly completely overwhelmed. Kale, who at most barely qualified as a peak level 1, had outmatched him at every turn. But the price was terrifying. His body had been left on the brink of collapse. No blood. No energy. No consciousness. And as if that weren't enough, there was a forced hibernation that triggered shortly after the ability ended. And he suspected that the longer he remained transformed, the longer the period he would be unconscious. According to Marie, he had slept for several hours even after she had healed all his wounds. Without her, and in his condition at that time, who knows how long he would have been hibernating before he could wake up, days. Weeks. Perhaps even months. Without energy to heal his wounds, who knows how his body would have recovered. High rewards, high risks, right, he thought with a bitter smile. He also remembered how much he had regretted using that ability. Losing control. Becoming a killer. But then he looked at Marie. Her peaceful face. Her calm breathing. Her arms around him. Kale raised his arms and gently hugged her, careful not to wake her. A small smile formed on his lips. Maybe before, but not anymore. He had accepted that killing in this world was inevitable. Sooner or later it would have happened. Dix had the bad luck of being the unfortunate one. And if he hadn't done what he did, he would never have met Marie. He hadn't fully forgiven himself. But he had taken a step. And that was enough. For now. Then he thought about the recently acquired skill energy control, He got it a few hours earlier, when he managed to restore energy to Marie. It had been the first time he tried to manipulate energy, and he even managed to channel it into someone. At first, it was hard, but then it became natural. As if the energy wanted to obey him. So, what energies can I control? Just those two? Or any kind of energy? His eyes seemed to glow with excitement at the thought. He closed his eyes and focused. Everything around him vibrated. The air. The stone. The water. Marie. Himself. Everything was alive. Everything had magic. He raised his hand. Tried to manipulate the magic in the air. Nothing. Tried with the water. Nothing again. He wasn't dumb enough to try to manipulate the dungeon itself, much less Marie. So he turned his attention inward. And he felt it. That dark energy. Chaotic. Repulsive. But his. He called it, and it responded instantly. It moved even before his command was clear. As if it had been waiting for his will. As if it could read it. As if it could read him. Kale moved the energy toward his hand. A faint sound was heard. He opened his eyes. His hand, once white like porcelain, was now a black claw up to the elbow. Similar to when he transformed, though with one small difference: the edges were red, not blue. He observed it, turned it, closed his fingers. Then, with a thought, it vanished. So, that's how I did it? He remembered that his wings had also come out when he wished. The black energy didn't need him to actively control it. It responded to his desires, to his whims. Then he tried something else. Threads of red blood emerged from his fingers, now partially black, forming a floating sphere the size of a ball in front of him. He shaped it. A square. A star. Then, a knife. He grabbed it. It was firm. Solid. And when he tested it against the cave floor. Are you kidding me? The knife had cut through the stone like butter. Kale was stunned. With this ability, he wouldn't need to buy weapons anymore. Maybe not even armor. The energy molded, fused, didn't get consumed. It was perfect. He let the knife dissolve. The blood returned through his fingers. Everything was intact. But there was one important detail. That energy didn't regenerate. It didn't grow with time. Not even when he absorbed monsters. He could only obtain it by drinking blood. Purifying it. Turning it into that white energy he had seen before, and then his body transformed it into that dark energy. And that was a problem. Because every time he drank blood, he lost control. Partially. So far, he had only drunk the blood of that Xenos, and Marie's. With the Xenos, it had been manageable thanks to Dix's pressure that forced him to stay calm. Along with the small amount he had drunk. But with Marie. Thinking about it made him glance again at the little mermaid sleeping. He didn't want that to happen again. Not ever. He sighed. He was going to keep testing a few things, but something caught his attention first. The shadow beneath him moved. It was erratic. Darker. Almost like it was alive. And he remembered. He remembered how his other self had passed through Dix's supposedly unbreakable door as if it were nothing. As if it wasn't even there. As if that simple structure meant nothing to his eyes. He tried to move it. Nothing. But when he tried to touch it, his hand sank. It was like reaching into another reality. It felt very strange. He wanted to explore further, but a soft, warm hand touched his left cheek before he could. It wasn't the time to explore more. Beside him, Marie stirred. Kale snapped out of his trance and looked at her. Marie was watching him with curiosity. Kale, what are you doing? Kale smiled a little. Just testing some things, Marie. Nothing important. In any case, how do you feel? Marie looked at him silently for a few seconds. Marie's fine now. No need to worry about her. Of course I worry. What if that monster shows up again and instead of escaping you freeze up again, silly mermaid? Marie, hearing herself called silly, pouted and said in a small voice that only happened because Marie didn't want to leave Kale behind, and Marie didn't know how to react. Kale teased her a bit more, and finally stood up. He picked her up and carried her to the water. Gently, he laid her on the surface. Come on, try moving. Let's see how well you're doing. Marie dove and began swimming quickly underwater. She did flips, spins, moved with energy and grace. Kale smiled. I thought she'd take longer to recover, but I'm glad she's okay. Still, Kale was confused. The body wasn't supposed to regenerate blood that fast, not in those quantities, even for someone like Marie. That was strange. Could it be that the energy I gave her helped her body somehow? It seemed possible. He hadn't absorbed her life energy, just her blood. And when he returned it in energy form, her body looked much healthier than it normally did. And now, after resting, her body full of life energy, had regenerated almost all her blood. But before he could keep thinking, an attack hit Kale in the face. A jet of water that soaked him a little. Marie. She was frowning with a pout. Marie doesn't like being ignored, HMP. Kale scratched his neck. Sorry. I was thinking. Happens sometimes. Marie looked at him in silence for a few seconds and then spoke. Marie forgives Kale if he lets her sleep on top of him again. Isn't there anything else you want? No. Kale sighed. All right. But this time use my shirt, at least. He didn't know if he could survive another assault from a naked Marie in the morning. Though. Marie probably wouldn't mind doing it again. Marie, happy to have gotten what she wanted, swam again, almost like she was trying to get Kale to praise her. But Kale's thoughts were elsewhere, again. I have lived this before. He stood still, as if searching for a memory. An echo. When? Where? With who? And just as he felt he was about to remember, another jet of water hit him. Marie. Again. Pouting. Again. Shit, she seems more annoyed this time. And Kale, now completely soaked, let out a small chuckle. For now, he would stop thinking about complicated things. He would focus only on the mermaid in front of him. Everything else could wait.